everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I don't know where the camera is. Oh, it's over
It's
there. Okay.
right here. We're all in
there.
frame, or we should at least be all in frame.
All right. This is a little cramped, but we make it work. Yep.
Yeah.
We ball. We ball. Oh goodness.
Sec, you want?
I'm not balling.
Please do not break your butt on stream.
You know,
Sec, you want the tea or the cookies closer to you?
honestly, I might.
I don't care.
I'm moving it.
I'll scoop some cookies off onto my plate, I was thinking, and then pass it back over.
It's just easier to make space-wise to move that. Ooh.
Do not fucking destroy the cookies, please.
Shut up.
They're good cookies.
Hi, Zero. Hi, Tacos.
Hello, friends.
Vorn, would you like some tea?
No, away from the cookies. No.
Yeah, in a bit.
Jack, cookies are not for you.
No.
No
Oh.
tea? No tea, Vorn?
In a bit. Yeah. I'll have it when we're done. So, yeah.
Oh, technically, Tacos Bakage is a guest, never officially a member. We are the only 4 official members.
We're the we we are the official 4.
Okay.
I would say I would make a Team Rocket joke, but unfortunately,
Did you put
Team
honey
Rocket
on
is
your
only
phone?
3
Uh-huh.
technically.
So I'm fixing it. What? It worked.
Okay.
You make fun of me, but that was a functional solution.
Hi, Frost. Hi, Jens.
Hi, Zero. And Tacos.
I lost my last coaster that's like this, so I can't pick up
It's
the two
literally
coaster.
at my house still.
Oof.
It was right underneath your books. When you picked up your books. It was right under.
I forgot you stole it.
I didn't steal it, so what happened was I had a 2-liter bottle on top of the coaster, so it didn't leave a wet ring. And when I picked up the 2-liter bottle at the end of the night, the coaster just stuck to it and came home in my plastic bag with me.
Wait a minute, trade me. You have a handle on your mug.
Well, that's a fair trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, Jed's, because technically this is tea time with other stuff going on.
Yeah.
So we're gonna live record a regular podcast that's not gonna go up for probably another 4 weeks?
Yeah, it's gonna be a hot
Something
minute.
like that, 4 weeks, and then we'll live record a reacts, and then we're gonna have an actual tea time chat, which I think Realm will be gone by that time. But Vorn might still be here. That depends on whether he's got free time enough today. If not, you'll still have me and Knick-Knack.
Yeah, I just don't have as much free time this week because I am currently cat sitting for my mom. So
It's Chinese New Year's for me, but I've made some time.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Meanwhile, I have a lot of time now, arguably. More time than I had before, because I'm sick enough that my mother forced me to cancel my work shifts this week.
Okay.
Like,
So that
actually had me call in and cancel them when she heard me hacking and gagging earlier.
I see.
So, I've been forced to have free time. Although she kind of has a point. Like, who wants a substitute teacher to come in as sick as the teacher?
Yeah. That's perfectly.
It's okay, Vorn. I've taken a cocktail of drugs.
Oh, we've already broken all proper etiquette, Tacos. I promise you.
Excuse me.
Yeah, didn't you hear my teaspoon clanking in my mug? That's a no-go.
I've got a chipped teacup.
Did you see the size of the spoonful of...
If I were willing to steal one of Seki's Dr. Pepper cans, I would crack open a cold one. But I'm not.
There's a cold one in my purse.
I'm good right now, unless you want it. I'll crack it open for you.
I was going to say, because I brought 2 just in case, because sometimes the fizz helps clear some of my sinuses.
I mean, I'll get it for you if that's what you want, but
No, I can reach my purse.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not that infirm.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah. Anyways.
Tacos, we always have actual tea at tea times. Thank you very much. Or I always have actual tea. Seki, maybe not so much.
No, we always have actual tea.
I had tea during tea time.
100% of the time I have actual tea.
Just right now I'm not going to.
No promises on my end, mostly just because Knick-Knack has prepared tea for all of us.
Yes, yeah, I made some sencha that I got from Japan.
And I will greatly enjoy that later.
Who knows? Maybe, if I'm so inclined, maybe I'll have a coffee time chat if I ever decide to do anything on the channel.
Do some coffee in the morning or something like that.
Yes.
Knick-Knack, I will take some tea if you can, please.
Haha!
Thank you.
4 out of 4.
Then I also made this for like extra stuff, sustenance.
They're really good cookies, guys.
I will have some later. Anyway, we probably should be getting to our podcast stuff.
Yeah, we can get started. So, why hello everyone, and welcome back to the Anime Club. I'm Nick Knack. With me is the great Lord Vorn.
Hello, everybody.
Realm Shifter.
I just missed the opportunity, unfortunately, to make a belch because you introduced Vorn first instead of me.
And Seki.
Dragon Ball.
But singing that good, you're in is copyrighted.
Makes me want to throw this tea at your face.
Well, for once we're doing a live stream, so I don't think that'll happen until after the fact.
No, that can happen in the middle of it. We just one day we look up, or one
Yeah.
month we look up, and the chat's just frozen, and the stream is no longer live.
Understood.
Actually, I probably should add the stream health box up there, but I didn't remember to do that, so I'll worry about that later when I start setting it for reacts.
So for the time being, keep the copyrighted material down to a minimum.
Yeah, Seki.
But Makafushiki Adventure is so freaking good.
And that's fine. But unfortunately, YouTube is not a pleasant company to stream for, and that's a whole other conversation.
If I hate myself enough in editing, how hard do you think it would be to pull that clip of me trying to sing this from that forbidden video?
Oh yeah, I still have that.
I still have that too.
So
Thanks for reminding me of that.
well, this is already off to a great start because we're already off topic. In case it wasn't clear, we watched Dragon Ball, the original, this week.
Yeah, the Pilaf saga, as somebody pointed out. In
Get
our
that Z
comments
shit out of
online.
here.
Hey, fuck you, I like Z. Z was an awakening for me, Nick Knack.
In what?
You know,
The anime.
Oh,
What were you thinking about, pervert?
I was just wondering what.
The way he said that, he was about to accuse me of something.
I mean, I don't often hear Awakening used thrown around for gateway anime, so
Yeah.
usually I hear that thrown around. And I just watched. What's a good example here? I just watched Avengers: Age of Ultron, and man, Cap Tony was my awakening to.
That's what I usually hear.
Yeah.
I
when I
said
think awakening.
Dragon Ball, though, not a specific character. No, don't get me wrong.
Jesus Christ.
There's some Z characters that might be some awakenings.
oh boy, we're
You
already.
know, we
all
can
right.
watch Z together.
All right, we're already in the deep end, ladies
Oh
and
my.
gentlemen.
I'm just saying. Anyways.
Hi, Dakota.
That's a lie, Dakota Doyle. If you think there weren't things that made me realize that much earlier in my anime journey. Anyways. So we watched original Dragon. I keep calling it original Dragon Ball, and like that's sort of a misnomer because if you go by the way that the manga is structured, Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z are actually the same manga series, right? So they do add the Z to the titles after a certain point, but they're part of the same original run of manga that released together. I think it's like 519 chapters or something.
This was not a huge difference in manga. This is just a time skip in the manga.
Basically, yeah. So, you know, for a given value. So when I say OG Dragon Ball, it's referring to the fact that, like, the original Dragon Ball anime is listed separately from Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Z Kai, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball Daima, and whatever else fucking Dragon Ball shows have come out in recent years. I stopped watching at GT, which I realize that some people are going to say is blasphemy, but when I was watching GT was still canon. And I stopped watching before it became not canon. And then I just never got back into Dragon Ball, like in the modern episodes.
Yeah.
See, I had just never watched Dragon Ball before this for the channel. This was my first exposure to anything Dragon Ball. Other than I think I watched the Battle of the Gods movie at one point.
Which is a fantastic start for Dragon Ball. This is the Dragon Ball start.
My only exposure to Dragon Ball prior to this were Dragon Ball related memes and Dragon Ball abridged. Dragon Ball Z abridged, excuse me. Let me make that clear.
So, okay. Yeah, that's fair. So, you know, the fun thing about this, right, like going this far back in anime history, because, guys, we're all about to feel really old for a second.
Oh my.
This show is 40 years old this year. This came out in 1986.
This
In fact, the first episode of Dragon Ball released was on February 26th, 1986.
This show is very much in its Unk era.
Feeling old?
Yeah.
So obviously this is much older than any of us. And then because it's that old, right? You know how we normally talk about like production company and like what studio?
Yeah.
So that wasn't really a thing in 1986, right? Like studios, like the same way that we have them now. This was just produced by Fuji Television and Toei Animation. Just
Great.
on the whole, Fuji TV and Toei Animation.
You can tell there wasn't really a lot of structure for these things at that time.
And the original series consisted of 153 episodes that adapted, I think, something like 193 chapters. So the rate of adaptation is also not 1-to-1 to chapters, but it's not that far off, right? So, you know. Also, you know, once again, it also released constantly year-round, so this is not a seasonal anime. Not in the way that we have seasonal animes now.
Not like One Piece.
Exactly, and then obviously I sort of started us with that intro because Maka Fushiki Adventure is the first Dragon Ball OP. And it is a fantastic fucking OP. It's actually been re-released multiple times as part of like albums and stuff over the years. And it was designed for Dragon Ball. So. Oh my god.
Seki is getting over a cold, or well, is in the process of dealing with a cold.
I think it might have started today.
Yeah.
Fun.
So, you know, that's kind of like placing us in time, right? Like this is the oldest show we've watched for the channel. Although you might not know it by the animation quality because fucking
Garzy's Wing?
Garzy's Wing was certainly much worse. But
yeah.
Garzy's Wing is actually from the 90s, so Garzy's Wing is significantly younger than this. This is the oldest anime we've watched together for the channel.
The only way I can describe... I know it's technically not relevant to what we're discussing right now, but the only way I can describe Garzy's Wings animation is that maybe they tried to go for some kind of an older animation feel.
I think Garzy's Wing looks like 90s OVAs. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, it looks like a 90s OVA. There's something about Dragon Ball, and maybe it's the fact that even through to today, Dragon Ball maintains its pretty much signature style that's very based on, like, the manga art. Dragon Ball just has sort of, like, an almost timeless feeling. Like, you know it's old, but it's hard to place how old it is because it's been the same for its entire existence. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think as well part of that probably comes from since you've also seen more of the series up to this point than we have. So you also kind of still see the series even in its more modern iteration. But this is mostly our exposure to it. But yeah, I can kind of see where you're coming from, where this series, even though maybe some aspects of the art don't really change all that much, some of them do.
It gets crisper, the lines get cleaner. I think there's more like special effects in the newer seasons, but at its core, these are the same character designs. Like, the characters look the same way, and there's not, I think, a significant change there. The other thing that I think I notice is that for me, since I watched Dragon Ball up to GT before GT was made non-canon, like parallel universe sort of stuff going on, I watched Dragon Ball in the era, like Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, which is the era of this is the story that Akira Toriyama wanted to tell, and not the Dragon Ball that is, this is the Dragon Ball that was continued because Dragon Ball was so popular, but Toriyama cared less and less about like the continuity and stuff, which is not a slight to the later seasons. Like, I don't care. That's his prerogative as an author, and I still like Dragon Ball as a whole, right? Like the entire franchise. But there's something really special about the original Dragon Ball and Z because they're the story the author wanted to tell, right? Like an actual plot-focused, like concentrated thing, right? And I do think that sort of falls apart like a little bit near the end of Dragon Ball Z, but we're not discussing that today, so that's irrelevant. Honestly, the story in this first Pilaf saga is tight. Like, this is quintessential Journey to the West, right? Like Goku is Sun Wukong. That's what this is. Point blank, period. Right? There's no if, kind of, it's like. No. This is Dragon Ball in this iteration is an anime adaptation of Journey to the West told through the eyes of Akira Toriyama, seeing it in sort of Goku, right, as the character that we're following instead of Sun Wukong. But I mean, even Goku, I mean, he rides around on his Nimbus cloud. He has the bow staff. He's got the monkey's tail, like sort of stuff going on.
Yeah.
Like there's the similarities are already stacking up. And if anything could ever convince you that Journey to the West is actually a fantastic story to read, Dragon Ball could.
Right.
I mean, the only difference is Bulma and all the 18+ stuff that kind of happens.
Yeah. But I mean, even Bulma is basically meant to just represent another character.
Yeah.
I think for all intents and purposes, you know what Bulma is basically? Bulma is Dragon Ball's Xuanzang Sanzang.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's who she's standing in for.
Got it.
She's journeying to find the Dragon Balls, to retrieve knowledge and power and money.
Find
like,
a boyfriend.
I mean, in this case, it's more so for her to find a boyfriend.
I know, but like the allegory is there, right? So Bulma represents kind of like an anime version of Xuanzang Sanzang in a very funny way.
Yeah. But then there were some differences specifically, and I know we discussed this like prior to having this stream, but the concept of the Dragon Balls comes from something else itself. I forget what it was.
The 108 Dogs by Kyokutsu Bakin?
It's
No,
it's not. You're mixing up two stories. You're mixing up the 108 bandits and the dog, the Kyokutsu Bakin.
Yeah, 108
dogs.
dog generals or something
Yeah,
like that.
no, the 108 is from Water Margin. You're thinking of Kyokutsu Bakin's.
The 8 dog.
Yeah.
8 dog generals, basically. Yeah. Because, like, what are the Dragon Balls if not the 8 like pearls found by the 8 dogs that, when brought together, summon, what was it, Furohime?
Yeah.
The princess who can grant wishes and bring people back from the dead?
Yep. Yeah. The only difference here is that instead of summoning a literal princess, it summons a dragon.
I don't know. Shenron is my princess.
Fair enough.
Shenron is our princess.
I gotta say, that soup came out far better than I thought it would.
Dude, it smells so good. The only reason I haven't had some was because I had soup right before I came over here. Give me like 3 hours. Let the soup I had this morning settle, because I had a really good egg drop soup with tofu to settle my stomach. Yeah, 8 Dog Chronicles. Thank you. Right now, there's a decent chance that I just think one thing and say the other. That's about the brainwave I'm on.
Yeah.
I'm trying. I'm really trying here. So yeah, take it away, boys. I've trauma dumped.
I'd say it's more like you geeked out. You had your fangirl moment. But yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I do like what little we did see in the 13, because we watched about 13 episodes of this. We did not watch all 152 episodes.
No.
But I do like the little arc that we did watch, because it was sort of like a character arc and just them going on the adventure that they did. And I think it was a good way to really introduce us to some of the main cast. Obviously, we have Master Roshi and Bulma and all the other very well-known Dragon Ball characters.
Master Roshi, the original perverted sensei.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah.
This was a subversion of tropes back then.
It really was, because normally
This is not wise old man.
Yeah, this is just dirty old man is what this is. And granted, obviously, Goku does have his training arc with Master Roshi in, what was it, like the Way of the Turtle or something? The Turtle Master? Yeah. So he does have that and everything. But to be honest, I will say, even though he was subversive for his time, I'm not the biggest fan of Master Roshi.
Here's the thing. Master Roshi gets progressively funnier the longer the series goes, because the longer the series goes, the more you realize that they are never going to write him to be anything but what he is, which is a perverted old man. And ironically, that gets canonically funnier, because the longer the series goes on, the more people are willing to just absolutely curb stomp him, like, as a joke, because of his perversion.
And that's quite frankly, I will be very glad to see that when we get around to it, if we ever do.
It's like, okay, you've been kooky long enough.
Yep.
You're...
Yeah.
I have a question. It's probably not going to be good on stream, so we're going to have to wait for that. It's going to sound pervy, but it's not actually pervy, at least in my mind. I'm actually just curious. It's one of those questions.
Why did you
No, I
have to...
feel like you should be able to, so long as you're not asking about, like...
Okay, how do you not notice when you got nothing down under there?
What do you mean?
Because remember the scene where
I think
Goku took off the panties? It's like, how do you not notice that you don't have panties on? Like,
well, I don't know. I think, okay, I suppose the best and most political answer to this would be, I think a lot of the times, underwear is one of those things that it's sort of so integral to your, like, normal day-to-day dressing that you kind of forget that it's there once it's on. You know, like, if your underwear is comfortable and it fits well, you're not thinking about your underwear 24/7. And not speaking for myself or my experience, but, like, I know a lot of people don't sleep with underwear on. And so I would be willing to, and like, you're waking up, like, maybe you just don't notice, like, immediately. The first thing I do when I wake up in the morning is not catalog how many clothes am I wearing. Do you know what I mean?
I get where you're coming from.
I guess I'm the weird one. Okay.
Well, to be fair, it's also supposed to be funny in the anime.
Yeah,
that
no,
this is happening.
it is funny.
So,
I will
like,
give it
I think the logical answer that I've given is a very political one, because I don't think that's what they were thinking when they made the anime.
No,
they wanted no underwear for the comedy.
It definitely was that. That was what their goal was. But also, I really, I don't even know if I want to describe this scene. But the scene where Bulma does, flip her thing up.
For Master
And-
Roshi, yeah.
And there's that giant breeze of wind. You think that wouldn't be a tell that something's off?
That's a Marilyn Monroe moment. Who cares?
I guess. But yeah.
Okay. Comedy involving women's skirts getting flipped up and there being a lot of wind has existed for like 200 years or more.
Look, I know.
Like, we have funny comics from, like, newspapers in, like, 1800s Victorian England of women with a breeze and, like, flipping up their hoop skirt, you know?
I get it. I really do. Yeah. But as a matter of thumb for myself, even since I've been introduced to anime, this type of humor has never made me particularly enjoy it.
You know what the funniest thing about that is? So when we were in high school, right, because we knew each other in high school, I wore almost exclusively pants, right?
Yeah.
I now wear a lot more dresses and, like, skirts. I've genuinely had the experience of the wind flipping my skirt up over my head multiple times now. You would think that it was just an exaggeration for anime. It's surprisingly more common than you would think, in a very funny way. Like, I genuinely have, like, walked into the wind, and I wear, like, shorts underneath most of my skirts and dresses, but I've, like, walked out into, like, a windy day and just had my entire dress go up over my head a few times. That happened in Istanbul when I was there. I mean, I was wearing, like, full-length leggings and a shirt beneath my dress for, like, propriety, but, like, people make it out like it's something really rare that just happens in, like, anime and TV shows. It happens way too often.
Quite frankly, I think if maybe I started wearing a kilt, maybe I would sympathize a little bit, or empathize a little bit more in this regard. But I don't wear kilts, so that's something. Yeah.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm guessing we had a bot in chat. Or
No.
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 He just forgot to switch from top messages to all.
I see. Okay. It was message priority.
Yeah.
So, I will say, retrospectively, when I was younger, it wasn't as funny to me with the whole wind thing. But now that I've had it happen to me multiple times, it's so much funnier.
Fair enough. I guess it gives you more perspective on how realistic it actually is in that regard.
Which YouTuber in the Trash Taste group was wearing see-through leggings?
It had to be Connor. It had to be Connor.
It probably was
sounds
Connor.
like something Connor would do, honestly.
Something Connor.
Yeah.
It really
Had to be.
it sounds Connor-coded, honestly.
It was probably for some sort of costume and he got the cheap leggings.
Yeah.
The cheapest possible leggings he could buy.
I mean, he always does those videos where it's like $5 cosplays or something like that. Yeah.
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 He wore like the maid suit and stuff to like the meetup once. That's definitely Connor. Oh, group orbit. Okay, so it might have just been like one of their friends who's in the orbit.
Okay.
Anyways, just funny commentary on that one scene.
Yeah.
from the mouth of someone who's had this happen IRL.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it definitely helps, obviously, that you wear like proper like pants even under some of those like skirts that you do wear. So it's maybe a little bit less embarrassing in that regard, but obviously this is also played up for the humor. So.
Yeah, definitely. Like everything here is exaggerated for the humor. I think something to keep in mind about original Dragon Ball is that like 40 years ago, like this was like even for like kids shows, the comedy, man. This is basically a gag anime. Like we would classify any anime with this much physical humor and comedy as a gag anime these days. And this was kind of just par for course back then.
That was actually something that stood out to me while watching this, is that for being a foundational shonen, it felt more like I was watching a comedy than a shonen anime.
Yeah.
Which I not that's bad. I actually like that a lot.
Yeah, I love it. I think that Dragon Ball is just always so much fun to watch. It's so engaging. It's so amusing. I think it kind of pulls you out and shocks you a lot from like what you expect. Because I think a lot of people talk about Dragon Ball, and obviously the thing a lot of people do is they'll put it in the same sort of echelon and like anime space as things like Naruto or Bleach or One Piece, right? Because you're thinking about like the great shonens, like the big long running action shows. But it's not really similar to any of them in its composition, right? The show is explicitly not timed the same, right? Like the comedic the comedic timing, the serious timing, like it's all so much different.
Here's a hot take here. Of like what you just said, Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto, I think Dragon Ball it holds up the best because it is so far removed from the modern like shonen formula. It makes it much easier to watch without being like, oh, we're doing this. Sure, it's first, but here it's like, no, this is genuinely fascinating to see play out. You can see the different sensibility in writing than modern shonen.
Well, and to bring it back to a conversation that Realm and I were having just before stream that we said we'd revisit on stream, right? Is this sort of level of how do you judge moments like the panty scene, right, or the perversion, or Bulma not wearing underwear, right? How do you look at those and kind of decide whether or not you're going to think they're funny or inappropriate, right, for children and that age group? And I think what I was saying to Realm before stream was it's an argument that can be made on both sides of the cultural relativity argument. Cultural relativity is something that Nick Knack and I debate very often because in poli-sci and anthropology, cultural relativity is where we come to like a immovable force meets unstoppable object, you know? Like we often argue about kind of sitting on either side of cultural relativity. And like this is a 40-year-old show, right? Like comedy wasn't the same 40 years ago. Like American comedy wasn't the same 40 years ago. You could get away with a lot more 40 years ago than you can now, right? Jokes haven't been treaded 1,000 times. Things that are offensive now weren't considered offensive then culturally. Even if they were still offensive, they weren't part of like a cultural movement of like acknowledging offensiveness in things. So how do you place it like a moral or an ethical judgment on the quality of the jokes in Dragon Ball when the jokes are from an era, right? Like an era that is so far separated from where we're at. But also at the same time, if you refuse to acknowledge or place any level of judgment, then are we just accepting that 40 years ago it was okay to make sexist jokes or racist jokes or something like that? Because it wasn't. But society didn't have the same reaction when they happened 40 years ago.
Well, I think there's a difference between analyzing something and understanding it, and viewing that thing as good.
Mm-hmm.
You can analyze it from a cultural relativistic standpoint. It's helpful, in fact, to look at it like what context of this time caused this. So, like when we're really, really objectifying Bulma here in particular in this arc is probably the biggest hurdle.
And
of that.
also there's like a, I mean, if you really want to go into like analyzing it in that sort of way, I mean, the interactions between Bulma and Goku show a cultural acceptance of inappropriate activities. Based on the fact that the perpetrators are under 18, right?
Yep.
Just because Goku is a kid, we're supposed to accept that it's normal and funny for him to like go reaching under someone's skirt or like touch someone's like genitalia. Like we wouldn't say that today because we know that that's not correct today, but there was sort of a cultural acceptance then that allowed a joke like this to be funny.
So what I find interesting is I actually think that joke, if you're approaching it from the perspective of a parent, is probably funnier than if you're showing this to kids. 'Cause if you're showing it to kids, there's not a lot the show would do to be like, no, you shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah.
But if you're showing it to parents are like, yeah, kids do that kind of shit.
You know what the funniest thing about that joke is? So my dad is from a different generation. I think we've mentioned this like once or twice, but my dad is much older than my mom. My dad had this mug that hung in the kitchen for years and years and years. I think he must have bought it years before I was born, and it's still somewhere in the kitchen. But it was like a little boy and a little girl in the shower together naked, right? Like obviously like 4 or 5 year olds, right? And the joke on the mug is that the boy is pointing and going, "Why do you not have an outie?" Right? Did yours fall off? And like my dad thought that was hilarious, right? Like just a little bit of humor between children noticing what's different about their bodies, but also it's maybe a little concerning if you think about it today. Like if you know, from a perspective of someone who's really trying to like analyze for things that might have allowed for greater acceptance of unacceptable things.
I think on an adult standpoint, it's fine because that's humor about how stupid kids can be.
Exactly.
But like when you're putting it in a children's cartoon that's largely being marketed to children, it's a little bit more like, well, now you're
you might be telling a child that this is funny and not inappropriate.
Like if I'm sitting back and analyzing like the moral weight of this, I actually think your dad's cup is actually kind of funny and perfectly fine.
Yeah. Because when my dad was an adult, he bought it because it was funny.
Yeah.
It's a funny joke.
That's something that's going to be joked about by adults, and the kid's probably not even going to notice it.
Yeah.
Goku, this little kid that kids are going to model themselves after.
There's a little bit of, what is it? I guess strangeness, for lack of a better word, to it.
It
Also, Vaughn, you can tell me to move my feet. Sorry, I'm pushing you backwards.
That said, when we're talking about that, the modern day, this is a very useless argument because kids are largely not watching Dragon Ball on TV in the modern day.
No. Yeah.
It's just an interesting point of analysis to go down.
Yeah.
Do you want to actually answer Dakota Doyle's question of, are you going to make us watch the original DB movies?
The vast majority of the DB movies have place in canon. So if we watched a movie, it would be because we were continuing the show where that movie is topical to those episodes that we're covering. I won't throw the movies out separately, right? I'd keep them together with where they came out in the anime. But also, I'm just going to be putting this back in the hat. I'm not going to be.
You have things that you need to push more. You want to push more.
Yeah, for at least this season. This probably will not come back out because we're done with Rando, I think. This is Rando's last submission, so we won't be revisiting Dragon Ball this season. And I don't know. Yeah, exactly. The first. That's the thing is I didn't necessarily want to do the movies like that, Tacos. That was this is the same story retold but with a different villain. But I also don't want to shove movies in where there weren't movies, So. It's always a little weirder when we're trying to when we've got a show where movies are part of the canon because then you have to calculate if you watch this, how many episodes can you watch, what can you move around it, that sort of thing.
You want up, pup? There you go.
Up one steps.
I will say this. I find this show funny, but you consider it as if I find this show funny as like a Journey to the West, Sun Wukong kind of thing. I actually like the Chinese live action movies.
No.
Those are, I think, more funny.
Honestly, this watching this show just kind of made me want to read Journey to the West.
It's a good story.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah.
It is a foundational story.
Yeah.
You will see a lot of Journey to the West, especially in Eastern storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a lot of the, the stuff we're watching on the channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
I kind of want to see Goku be under a mountain. What happens?
I know. It's just. What? No, I didn't have like an actual like.
Sorry, no,
there's-
we're having a stare off with the dog.
Yeah, the dog stared at us and we had to stare back.
Oh.
Guys, this is the stuff I usually cut.
Yeah, sorry. This is dead air mode.
Listen, when
Dead air
you-
time.
When you hear like us flip from like one sentence to another and it seems like there's like a weird gap or something that got cut out, this is the shit that we're skipping.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's me falling asleep with the dog in my arms.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes we go into completely unrelated tangents that don't need to happen.
Or just stare off with the dog.
I really wanted to make an off-color joke, like where I pretended to go into like something really heinous politically, but then we're live right now, so they're I shouldn't do that.
Exactly.
Right.
I don't know. I thought Dragon Ball was just it was a fun watch.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I think
I don't think anything could ever make me hate original Dragon Ball. I think I've rewatched original Dragon Ball multiple times, often with like a few years in between like watching chunks of it. And it's never become like less fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like it has a quality where you're sort of very able to enjoy the jokes at any time.
it almost feels,
You had to go to door. Oh
Yeah.
man, I do not want to get there.
it almost feels closer to watching and this might be a weird thing to say. It feels almost closer to watching a Western children's cartoon, where it's almost designed so that you're not watching them in serialized order. Like, yes, there is a
Yes.
serialized story going on, but more often than not, you're picking up a conflict of the day.
Which is so funny too, because that's how I originally watched Dragon Ball Z. Because when I first watched Dragon Ball Z, I was catching episodes of Z Kai on like, regular TV channels, like where they'd just be like, "Oh, we're doing like an all-day marathon of Dragon Ball Z Kai," and it'd be like episode like 100 and something, and I just watch the next like 10 episodes, and then go away, do something else, and come back.
As opposed to like Naruto or One Piece, where you could drop if you accidentally drop yourself in the middle of the arc, you're relying on that 10-minute recap of the
Exactly.
story.
I'll take the tea now.
Yeah, I think that's kind of probably one of the strengths overall so far that I feel about this original series is the fact that you can kind of just drop yourself wherever and it doesn't feel like you're completely lost to what's going on. Whereas if you don't have a lot of context in like a show like One Piece or Naruto, you kind of can just get lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is eminently watchable as a single episode show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, in a lot of ways, I'd compare it to Pokemon.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
that way,
Yeah.
like, to me, this has like the same. The level of need to watch episodes in order here is the same as with Pokemon, which is to say there isn't, because you know what's happening, right? It's just an adventure with characters who get into fights.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Like, that's really all it is.
And the fights really aren't the focus here. More often than not, the fights are actually just remarkably short, and it's more focused on these little comedic bits and the character interactions.
Yeah.
Which will change as the story goes on, but for now, like, that's why I was really excited that I decided that we got to do Dragon Ball first, right? Because I think logically, if I'd wanted you guys to actually experience, like, I think Dragon Ball in the way that many other people do, I would have probably started from Z, right? Just because, well, but Z is closer to
Yeah.
Daima and Super and GT and Tone and sort of like the emphasis on the fights and stuff like that. And it's got like our aged up characters and all sorts of stuff. But, because we do have a club rule, and I know it's not always obvious, but and our club rules are kind of loose at this point. But
They're more like guidelines.
they're more like guidelines. But we have always said that we like to start with the original bit of media. Like you want to start with the first season, the first release, the first section, right? And I think I probably could have made the argument that Dragon Ball Z is a sufficiently different enough series. It's certainly in the way that the two animes are divided. Dragon Ball Z is its own entirely separate series, right? It's not part 2 to a part 1. You don't need to watch Dragon Ball to watch it. But I'm glad that we are watching Dragon Ball first, right? All this is to say that Dragon Ball is a fantastic intro to the universe, especially I think for you three, because I don't think that you guys would really enjoy Super or Daima. Mm-hmm. I genuinely don't. I don't think Super or Daima is up any of your guys' alleys. And I think even Z you'd struggle with, because Z does have those moments where you have 10 episodes of the same fight that's just ongoing, right?
Right.
And I make jokes about those, but they're hard to watch, you know? Especially when you're really trying to watch only a certain amount of episodes. And then I know that this is going to be blasphemous. Like, this is going to be so blasphemous. But GT, to me, GT always felt more, like, in the experience of watching it, closer to Dragon Ball than to Z. GT feels more like a return to the focus on comedy and short little, like, stories that can be watched out of order. But GT isn't written as well as the original Dragon Ball, which is what fails it. Like, it feels like it's a return to the way that Dragon Ball is structured, but it doesn't pull it off the same way that Dragon Ball did at the time.
I think the best way to describe then that what the shift happens when we get to Z, Super, and the other spin-offs, and Daima, is that we go from a comedy adventure series to more of just a action series, just kind of straight action with comedy.
Yeah.
With a
And
little bit of comedy.
I don't hate that. Don't get me wrong. I have a lot of love for Z, but I'm glad that's not where we started, because that would have been a rough start.
Yeah, probably would have had very different takes starting off if we did start with Z.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So I guess, do we want to enter everyone's favorite segment for the four of us?
Waifu Wars.
Wars.
Waifu Wars. Waifu Wars. Big Deck.
Definitely Bulma. I gained a lot of respect for Bulma when the first anything we got of her was her just uncritically pulling a gun out on a little child who she acknowledges as a child, shooting him in the face, and then asking why he's not dead.
Well, he did just throw her car.
Bulma is so out of pocket. Like, Dragon Ball in general is out of pocket because it's 40 years old, and there were things that you could do that just you wouldn't do today. But Bulma especially was straight up okay murdering a child.
Like, did someone say based?
What about you, Realm?
I can't remember the name right now off the top of my head. Is it the pig character?
Oolong.
Oolong, yeah.
Yeah, I think Oolong was probably my favorite character in this. Just his comedic gags were pretty funny to me.
Fun.
Because I don't see this character at all when I watch Z.
I fear I don't actually have a waifu from original Dragon Ball. My waifus are all from Z
Understandable.
and later series.
Do your best.
I mean, okay. I will go with Bulma, but my reasoning is not the same as your reasoning. My reasoning is because I spent 100 episodes watching Bulma walk Vegeta like a dog.
No, there's that.
And that's why I like Bulma.
Yeah, I guess
So I'd have to go with that. But if I was going for like a series waifu, like a character I really liked in the context of everything I've watched of Dragon Ball, it's definitely Trunks for me. So
I will say that if we do ever eventually get to Z, wait, does Frieza make an appearance in Z? Or okay.
Does Frieza make an appearance in Z?
Look,
Frieza is the beginning of Z.
Okay, I didn't know. I don't watch this series. That's why I'm asking.
It's to say nothing of the movie that stars Frieza's brother. and his father.
Okay then. So recommendations, anybody?
I mean, I feel like it would be kind of redundant to list any like shonen that's been around or that's kind of recent in years, because this is kind of the origin for that. I don't really even have a thing in particular. It's just kind of.
It's hard to think of something that you could recommend based off this, because
Yeah.
modern shonen, while their lineage descends from things like Dragon Ball, they don't feel like Dragon Ball. So it's hard to say you could watch this modern show, right? Because it's like One Piece is probably the one that feels the closest to Dragon Ball, but even One Piece does not feel that close to Dragon Ball.
I've got what I feel like is a pretty solid recommendation in terms of the pacing and the tone of the shows. Ranma.
Well, yeah, because Ranma's older. Yeah. Ranma, I can see. There's definitely like some older shows that would like. If you like this, you will probably also like these older shows, and Ranma 1/2 is definitely one of them.
Actually, so in that vein, I think it did come after Dragon Ball, so definitely some inspiration here. But I would actually recommend Inuyasha in that regard, because it definitely has a very similar feel, I think, to Dragon Ball, but it's something I've also watched at least a little bit of.
I also think that in that recommendation, Kagome and Inuyasha really are just the Bulma and Goku of their universe. It's very funny. They have a very similar kind of like interaction style in a lot of ways.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For comedy, great teacher Onizuka, and probably Boondocks. So, yeah.
Boondocks is such an out-of-pocket recommendation.
Thank you, Tacos, for the obligatory Type Moon reference or recommendation. The Journey to the West event and FGO, the only time I'm ever going to recommend that event.
Boondocks is such an out-of-pocket recommendation, but I really feel like I see where you're coming from, just from a purely comedy standpoint.
Actually, based on me reading right there, I think I said, like, Taco said Boondocks is like, oh yeah, Boondocks actually works.
It does. That's the thing. Like, oh goodness. Oh dear. I really fear the day if we ever watch Boondocks on the channel.
We will not. We probably won't ever.
I don't really have anything because I can't think of anything in my head that gives me the same joy and feeling at the moment.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, Tacos is talking about a character whose name is similar to Boondock.
I'm sorry. Okay. Right now the text is tiny, so I'm not able to read
That's
exactly
why I pulled it up on my
what you're
personal
saying.
phone, because I can't read anything on that tablet screen.
Okay, fodder of our crop.
Yeah.
Oh, Goku. Sorry.
No, because One Piece and Fairy Tail, I guess between the two, Fairy Tail feels closer, but neither of them to me really feel like something I'd recommend off of Dragon Ball. Like, to be honest.
Early Fairy Tail is much closer than most of Fairy Tail.
Like, only up to Battle of Fairy Tail. Once you get past Battle of Fairy Tail, I think it becomes much more modern.
Even if
that's not a bad thing. It's just I would personally like just thinking about it, because I don't necessarily want to like, I don't know. We've kind of discussed this off camera with recommendations a couple times, but it's like I don't feel the necessity at this point in the channel to like sit here and like think until I find something or create a connection. And like right now, my head's just not giving me anything that I like. Dragon Ball, for me, out of all the shows I've watched, almost sits in a space of its own, I think. And I think that's just because it feels like nothing that I normally watch.
I mean, you did kind of give a jump over earlier when you brought up Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like classic Pokemon. Or
Yeah.
really,
Digimon.
any era Pokemon.
Yeah, or Digimon. Yeah, like those kind of shows.
Yeah.
Those Saturday morning like shows.
I feel like people would say Gintama for the comedy, but I feel like Gintama wouldn't actually mix with this that well.
I think the problem with Gintama is that Gintama is solely comedy. right? Like the whole point of Gintama is the comedy, and there's not really much else going on there. Hello, babe. I know I haven't pet you enough today. I'm sorry. You're my best friend, except for Peachy.
Your lovable little football.
I know.
All right, then. Do we want to draw for the next, or who's picking at this point? It's not even draw for the next anime. We don't get to draw until next season.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Who gets to decide what we're watching next? Remember, guys, if it's Seki, it's rigged.
Saki is gone for how many times right now?
A lot.
Yeah.
All right, number generator 1 through 4 because we don't have that. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
All right.
I think we've been in a different order every single time. So the fact that it keeps hitting me is not my fault.
Yeah.
2.
All right.
It came back to me again.
It did. It did. See,
Wow.
see the thing here, right, is that the more times it comes to you, the more chances we have of a fairy tale filled end of season.
I'm at, what is this, 2 out of 5? This is my third
It
one.
might be your third, yeah.
I gotta pick. Okay, what do I want to watch here? Because there's 2 shows I said I'd put for Seki.
One of them could be fun coming right off of this. We've already mentioned it today.
Mm-hmm.
True, fuck it. Let's do Inuyasha next.
Yes!
Yes. All right.
Inuyasha!
Yeah.
All right. Inuyasha.
I like how we didn't even let the other 2 give any sort of like arguments towards what you might be wanting to put in.
I mean, quite
Don't
frankly,
matter.
my only other argument was going to be, the looming
Threat
of fairy
Of
tale
4 submissions of Fairy Tale in a
Yes.
row.
is looking kind of daunting.
Yeah,
So I was going to suggest that, but if you want to continue the fun train, I don't mind Inuyasha.
yeah. I was gonna say we're getting real close to the point where you guys might be watching Fairy Tale for 2 months straight, and it's gonna be a lot of episodes.
Look, Takas, I tried to subvert the Seki loses, she wins last time by throwing us into Rando, and then it went to Dragon Ball, so...
Here's the thing. If even 1 iota of the luck I've had across the last 7 years would just move over to FGO for me right now, because I spent 120 courts and 10 tickets on Nito Alter last night and didn't get her.
This is the consequences of you rigging it.
I'm so upset.
This is the consequence for you rigging this thing, because I swear this thing is rigged to this day.
It has to be.
You literally saw me put in 1 to 4 and click generate.
Rigged.
As for questions about the other anime I'm sitting on right now, I'm kind of on a bit of a stalling period with FGO stuff, because I do want to watch Camelot before we do any... I want to watch all the FGO anime before we do the gag anime necessarily, unless it's random. And I could have done but I'm not that passionate about it. I'm throwing Seki a ball here because I knew she wanted to go into this season all fairy tale, and this is my way of making sure future seasons are not as cursed.
Well, to be fair, once we're done with Fairy Tale, we don't ever have to come back to Fairy Tale.
Yeah.
Yay.
So we could, in the same breath, we could be tortured for 2 months, but then once our 2 months is up, then we're done.
Yeah. Then I pick something else to torture you with.
It's like a prison sentence.
Yeah.
This prison of flesh.
Trust me, I have 1 slot, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to Camelot before the end of the year, get them through that D&D chapter. I have 1 extra slot that I've reserved for myself, and Nokotan is absolutely one of the candidates to go in that slot.
Woo! Inuyasha might or might not be a Fairy Tale replacement for me, Tacos. I would like to start on another long anime once I finish Fairy Tale, but I think at this point I'm sort of like deciding what I want to make the boys watch based on how they respond to the submissions first, right? Because like I don't want to sit here watching like so many submissions of something and then just getting dogged on every fucking time. You know what I mean?
When's your next
Naruto
Naruto submission?
Like what happened with
When's your
One
next
Piece.
Katekyo submission?
Nah, like what happened with One Piece, Katekyo, Naruto.
I was positive on One Piece pretty much all the way through.
I know, I'm just making a joke.
Yeah.
And then, to go to no.
No
The answer to that is no.
Simply no.
Simply no. It's not gonna happen. No, guys.
Why not?
I can't do it.
Well, I think before we
We
really...
already have watched 328 episodes of Fairy Tale. I'm not throwing us into something that could take another 300.
As we are currently interacting with the chat, I'm just going to sign us off with a proper video for a cutoff point in editing. So remember, everyone, try harder, everyone. Of course, I fuck it up live.
Yeah. Now I
Oof.
think... Well, I think, Realm, if you need to go,
I'm going
this
to get
is
a
your
plate.
chance to skedaddle.
And wash my hands and get cookies.
I think we're in a good transitional period, guys. So I'll keep chatting to you, and we'll sort of shift around our setup. Knick-Knack needs to change camera angles and swap us to a different perspective.
For now, we're going to probably come back to this.
We'll come back to like this exact position at the end of the night for Tea Time Chat. But next up, probably in I'd say probably about 15 minutes, give or take, is going to be the live reacts. And keep in mind, guys, so the reacts we're recording is not the next one that's going to come out on the channel. It's like 3 in advance to what's coming out on the channel currently. So,
Extra spoilery.
yeah, so we're recording it live right now, but then this all goes down. You won't be able to see it again until I edit it back for the channel.
Knick-Knack aggressively grabbing the camera.
Yes. Actually, I am going to briefly disable the camera while you leave. That way my apartment number doesn't show.
Oh, that's true.
Valid.
There.
Okay, so you guys are being sent to the void for a second.
Oh, cookies.
They can still hear us, but we'll see ya around, Realm.
Yeah.
See ya.
around.
Cookie for the road?
I'm going to take
Cookie for the road.
I'm going to take a couple cookies for the road.
Fair enough.
Fun fact about that tacos, that was actually exclusive to 2024, us being that far ahead. So the only reason that we recorded Richard so far ahead, right, and had see ya, and we're so far ahead that in 2024 was because of the 2 months I was spending in Greece. We actually generally only try to be about 4 to 6 weeks ahead, because otherwise we found that we run into issues where sometimes an update to a servant happens and we end up having to re-record portions of it or add an extra bit, which is a little annoying in sort of the back end of the process. So generally we are only about 4 to 6 weeks ahead, and that's just in case one of us gets sick or we have a family vacation or something, just so we could take a week or 2 off recording and still be a little bit ahead for editing purposes. Because otherwise, if we were sticking a little closer together, 2 weeks, that I might get sick and then we're literally recording for the next thing coming out. I think it wasn't as bad though, as it's never been as ahead as it was in 2024. Because that Richard one was strange, because remember, I think we did it as a Valentine's Day thing. That was way ahead even for us, I think our original plan for Robin Hood was probably to record it sometime in April, and then we ended up doing it in February, didn't we?
Yeah,
because of the release of Richard. You made that comment at New Year's. Yeah, we hadn't recorded a bunch of the videos before Richard when we did Richard.
It was very much sort of a last second thing when we did Richard.
Yeah, Richard was special. Richard and Robin Hood were special. That would have been several months later, even according for us being ahead. But yeah, we're not often more than 2 months ahead on reacts. It's very rare unless I'm going somewhere, and even then, it was that one time. Because the first time I went to Greece, I was only gone for a month, total.
I'm gonna put an announcement out once we start the live reacts recording for people.
The fucking mushroom in my walls is there to ruin my day. So are we moving to the chair and computer setup for?
Yes, it'll be pretty traditional here.
Yeah. All right.
I'll poke around somewhere where I can keep an eye on things, but yeah, it'll be.
Yeah, Richard was definitely the worst. I think. Oh, you know what? The one where we did T.H.E and those 3 videos in a row was also really bad, but that was once again because I was going to be in Europe for a month. Because that was the summer before that when I was in Europe for a month. So it was, both of those were because I was gone for an extended amount of time. And if we wanted to do a live stream, it had to be on a thematically appropriate day or time to do the live stream. But then the live stream also had to cover out to where we were going to.
This time, the fact that we're doing a live recording is more just because we felt like it, because just because of the particular servant we're doing.
Yeah. Although, you never know. Maybe we'll have some sort of like really, really far out in advance again, because I'm applying for dig schools again this summer.
True.
And most of the ones I'm looking at are a month long, so who knows? But this should be within a month. We're currently only a month ahead, and I'm not really pushing to be any further than that. We don't need to be any further than that.
No.
On a general basis. It's honestly more exhausting to be more ahead than that. Because then it's like keeping up so far in advance and making sure we have all the right things prepped and ready and scheduled.
When we get started, I'm kind of planning to start once I have the refilled pot of tea ready to go.
That's valid.
So that way I can give you some tea. I'll make some room over by you where I can put the tea.
I know. I'm dying a little bit. I think I'd probably be coughing a little less if I wasn't talking so much.
Yeah.
It's just I'm causing my own throat to tickle. Oh.
Move some stuff around here so I can give you the tea right next to you.
Not me sitting here just like actively dying.
There you go. That'll be where the tea, and then I can.
You know, knickknacks, schools are petri dishes.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Schools are petri dishes, and it has been a long time since I had to be in school regularly, and now I am suffering.
Probably could have predicted the moment you took the job that you'd end up sick more often.
My mom says that eventually I'll even out. It's just gonna take a while.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get the drinks. I hear the teapot getting ready to go off.
Yeah.
How's your manga, Vorn? How's the manga?
Vorn is
I'm just
very
looking at
kindly and
Facebook right now.
Vorn is very kindly and graciously sitting in the kitchen, which he doesn't technically have to for the recording, but like, you know, unless you want to be like sitting on the couch listening to us up close.
Nah, I'm gonna be eating food.
Yeah, Vorn's got it right. He's chilling.
Check Discord just in case.
You want some soup, Vorn?
I will in a little bit, don't worry.
Make sure the soup is still warm. I don't know heat. Oh, it's still warm. It's steaming.
Yeah. You probably could turn it off. I'll just reheat it later.
Nope. Well, I mean, technically, yes, Dakota Doyle, like information gathering, but we won't start recording it till March. Updates is the most on-the-fly video we produce all year, basically, unless something comes up like suddenly. Because the chances are, with the way that the mushroom grows in our walls, if we record anything in February, it's automatically out of date by March. Like that's just what happens. So we try to wait until March actually begins, and then we'll be doing it in chunks throughout the month. Yeah. Probably do like an hour here, an hour there, you know, depending on how much it's all going to add up to. That sort of thing.
Oh, hey, Sophie.
Oh, what's up,
Are you
Warren?
still free on the 28th?
Yes.
Do you want to try to finish the clap build?
Oh, the car?
Yeah, the car.
Hey, Nick Nack, want to build the Millennium Falcon on the 28th?
I'm trying to bum rush a video game right now.
Okay.
We'll work out times.
Yeah, it wouldn't work out times.
I think, Tacos, that the due date will probably be the 14th of March. That is your arbitrary due date. I have chosen it just now. The 14th of March. Any new information that comes out after the 14th is for next year's updates. Right, Nick Nack?
Yep.
There we go. 14th of March, because we'll still be recording after that point. So anything up till then we can get, but anything after that we're not going to manage to have time to. Not with the regular videos we're still filming. And the work I'm doing for other stuff. So, until the 14th. Because I'm working on the lit review, and then something else for another anime that's coming out. Knick-Knack's working on his own videos and stuff like that, and you know.
I'm actually kind of between videos right now because I still need to finish a visual novel.
Never mind. Knick-Knack's currently between videos. Lucky him. It's just me sitting here working on that lit review, which is riveting stuff. Truly, half of the mentions are just like it being FGO being cited in an article and like an example, and like the article not being like actually about it, which is a lot harder to get through because then I have to I sort of have to think to myself, is it genuinely important to include this, or is this just one of those things where like if it's being used as just a like a side reference, I don't really need to include it in a real lit review because it's not producing genuine unique stuff per se.
You can move over to the desk whenever you're ready to start. The tea is there for you.
Well, in a second.
I am going to be just off camera here on the couch.
Yep.
So I can get a good angle at the screen. I actually might go be on camera right.
Nope.
Nope. Man, I positioned that camera. Well, actually, no, it's just an adjusted camera angle. Whew. I haven't logged into FGOJP yet today. I gotta remember to do that.
Knick-Knack, you need to entertain chat.
How's it going, chat? I got a dog on top of me right now. He is staring at me expectantly. I don't got anything for you.
It's because you're on your phone and not petting him.
You were a good pup today. You didn't go after those tinfoil wrap cookies at all.
He did go after my cookies.
Yeah, not when they were not tinfoil wrap.
That's true.
I left the apartment for a bit, leaving them on that coffee table tinfoil wrap. He didn't go after them at all.
Huh.
Oop, now I can't get up. I am legally obligated to stay still.
You are, in fact, legally obligated to never move again. That's so
I need
cute.
to pull up chat on my phone here. Turn off my volume.
It's actually adorable. I'm going to be back in a second.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I can... Hi. Let's see here. What's chat saying? I'm not ready for updates either, Dakota Doyle. Drop check artists. Yes, it absolutely is as hard to move away from under a dog as it is under a cat. Arguably more so. Cats are a pretty standard size that can be moved. Every once in a while you get a dog that is probably closer to a horse than whatever Jack is. Is Jack being a pain? No, Jack is not being a pain. Not right now. Oh, there he goes. Dud. That pup is built like a brick. Whew. So yeah, I think that recording was pretty representative of what what recordings look like if you were to catch all of them on camera here. Normally we're not behind a coffee table like that as neatly presented. I can actually move the coffee table right now. Normally we're not behind this coffee table like this. Normally, like 3 of us are on the couch and 1 of us is in the desk chair when we're at my place. Here though, like this is for the one-time live recording. Valentine's, awesome. Yeah, if you can get that final list in the updates the updates prep space, that'd be great if you have that final ranking list. That's funny. Okay. Get my notes open for the servant we're doing, and I'll pull this up here. Seki, you know Discord well enough to, or not Discord, OBS well enough to switch us over once you're ready. I want to switch us to the React screen. Where is the camera on the React screen? There's the camera on the React screen. And I need not OBS open, but Internet Explorer. Dear Lord, hang on. Project that. I guess it's not that bad. It just looks bad in the preview. Sorry. All right. Let's see. Back to chat here. Let's see. Is it already in the Google? It is already in it. Cool. Okay, so you've separated them so for the one Seki knows or doesn't know. That's fair. That works.
Might have to edit some of the stuff that you know that I know that you know that I know that they don't know that I know.
I'll look at it and we'll fuck around with it as we get as we actually record that part.
Jack is never being a pain. I don't know, Nick Nack. Is it easier or harder to move out from under Loki or Jack?
Loki.
Yeah.
Easier to move because I can just pick Loki up.
That's true. And Loki doesn't mind being just like relocated periodically.
Jack I can do that for, but it's more like I'm picking up a brick.
Oh, so it's like Peachy.
Even Peachy's easier than Jack because Peachy's almost like a bit of a blob. Jack's like dense.
Yeah, I mean, like Jack doesn't like mold when you pick him, but like Jack is the shape that Jack is. If you pick Peachy up, her mass kind of like moves. Like Bob from Monsters vs. Aliens.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much exactly. I gotta move the mic when we start recording the reacts as well.
Yeah, her mass is somewhat gelatinous in its consistency through movement, which is impressive. All right. If you want to move the mic, I will get in after that.
Okay. Moving the mic closer to the computer desk. There you go, Seki. I'm gonna take my place off camera. Get my notes.
Your computer being pulled out makes getting into this space
More stressful?
harder. Because I don't want to like tag any of your cords and like yank on accident. But like there's a pretty decent chance I did have like accidentally gonna yank something I shouldn't be yanking.
You'll know when the camera goes out the back of the desk with the monitor.
Yeah, will I?
That is actually probably the cable that's the most at risk right now.
Oh boy. No pressure at all. Congrats. All right.
That was there. Okay, we're starting from the top. No, you didn't do anything wrong. That was me. That was all me at some point. I don't know when the fuck I did that, why the fuck I did that, how the fuck I did that. Rejoice, everyone. We're back with another Seki Reacts to Fate. Take 2.
I'm leaving that in. I'm leaving that entire silent section in.
You need to speed that up though, just to like, yeah.
Get one of those like little gibberish tracks in there, speed it up so it's all high and tight.
This week, and thematically appropriate to the fact that we're doing this to kick off a tea time chat, we're doing Sennorikyu.
Which is very fun.
Yeah.
Very fun.
In case you catch us not accidentally, but occasionally referencing chat, this one was recorded live on February 16th, 2026. But
you guys can't see chat, but I can see chat.
Yeah.
Oh, so
T.
Yeah, that's right. Tacos actually made a joke about Sennorikyu right at the beginning of this stream.
Yeah.
Before we even started the podcast. And I was like, does Tacos know?
No, but I did throw out a little half hint that this was we were doing a tea time chat, and it did tie into the sermon we were doing.
Yeah.
So it was like it's obvious if you know Sennorikyu.
Which is fair. That's very fair. We're very much tea people. I'm also a coffee person, but I'm a tea person.
Coffee is like an emergency drug for me. Tea is where is like my daily drug of choice.
Yeah, that's because tea, you actually get like a fucking caffeine high from tea. I don't understand how in no organization of the way that caffeine is concentrated in tea will my body ever understand the fact that Knick Knack is able to get a fucking caffeine high off of tea. I just don't get it.
The caffeine high I get off of tea is different than the caffeine high I get off of coffee. I'll say that. The caffeine high I get off of tea is more like it's tipping me. Like it's like I have to have like a steady drip of it throughout the time I'm trying to stay awake for it to work. Coffee I can drink 1 cup and be going for the entire day and probably some of the night.
Dude, I treat tea as a sleepy time beverage.
I've got some of those too.
No, regular tea as a sleepy time beverage. Like, tea for me is something that I often drink before I go to bed. or like after a meal and I'm full, you know? Or during a meal. Like, I mean, I drink tea all the time. There's no point trying to just, you know.
Tea is more of a soothing thing for you, though.
Yeah. And also, I don't know, I think it's also like a cultural thing, because like, no, obviously not in the same way that tea is in like Japan or in Asia, but in Eastern Europe, tea is like a very integral part of life, right? Like tea and coffee, but actually tea is more popular than coffee in a lot of Eastern Europe, because tea is more affordable, and you need less like equipment and stuff to make tea, because they and to be fair, it's not necessarily a big culture of like green tea, but there's a lot of variation and unique like white tea and fruit tea and black tea in those areas of the world. And it's pretty commonly done with like almost every single meal. It's something you do like after the meal, right? Like you finish eating and then you'll sit at the table with a mug of tea and talk, you know? So different cultural presence of tea, but still a cultural presence of tea, you know? And then just in case we missed it during the earlier screw up, this is recorded live technically. So if we occasionally respond to chat.
Yeah, we are live on February 16th, 2026.
Ugh. 26.
26.
So Sennorikyu is interesting because Sennorikyu is a character that's going to have a lot of timeline crossover with topics we've already touched, right? So we're not in a time or a period of Japan that we haven't spent a lot of time in, right? This is not like a new historical period where we've not already discussed stuff about this historical period. This is a historical period we've already talked a lot about, right? Like we have multiple servants from this period and then famous figures that have things to do with those servants from this time period, right? So thank God for that, because I got to do a whole lot less world building over here on the history of the you know, period, which makes my life much easier.
This is a period you do like, though. Like you really do like some of the like what happens in this period.
It is. She'll come up later just because of like the story that we're gonna tell, right? But like, remember we did Cha-Cha here, and I got so into the Cha-Cha video because I just like Cha-Cha and her sisters are like Cha-Cha and her sisters, and what we know about their history and the amount of records we have about them is everything that's good about tracking history from the perspective of individual people, right? Is that like when you have so many records and such political significance and power, and like your family manages to spread itself across multiple sides of a conflict, you become some of the most interesting perspectives to be able to look at the world at the time from, right? Certainly it's not comparable with being able to like see into the eyes of someone who's just living their everyday life, right? Because they live a very different life than what's happening with someone like Cha-Cha, right? Yodo-dono. But the ability to like look at Yodo-dono's life, right? Like look at the clothing she purchased and what trends that caused in court, which actually is going to be relevant to Sen no Rikyu, right? Is fascinating. The ability to pick like apart the actual lived life, right? Not just the things that other people wrote about them, not just like historical battles, you know? Like, sure, it's great that Julius Caesar wrote his Gallic war commentary, but his Gallic war commentary does not tell me anything about what type of clothing that Caesar liked to wear, right? It just tells me that he really liked flanking from the left, or, you know, what the fuck ever. God, I hate that book. So we're in a very fun place in history. For me. And I'm sure for Knick Knack too.
Yes. I actually visited, when I was in Japan, I visited the castle.
The temple?
The castle where Yodo-dono basically died.
Yeah. God, I love that shit. So we are in the Sengoku Azuchi Momoyama period, right? Solidly in the inside of the 1500s. Sen no Rikyu's sort of like given approximate age, right? According to records, depending on like when he was born, when he was died, somewhere between 1522 and 1591. And something you'll note about the time period between 1522 and 1591, right, is that if you live in this time period, you are in this case, I feel like the correct word is unlucky, Knick Knack.
Yes, this is a very turbulent time period.
But I feel like there's an element of you are either lucky or unlucky enough, depending on how you made it out of this period, to be able to live through Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu? No, who's the one before Ieyasu?
No, it's Ieyasu. Ieyasu was one of the retainers of Nobunaga, too.
Okay, so I had it right the first time. Ieyasu, right? So you're living through a period where Oda Nobunaga does his thing, right? He conquers humongous swaths of Japan, brings them under like a single banner, right? And then, you know, much like Alexander, dies in a situation where there is not a super clear, well-supported succession line, right? Like there is a succession line, but he's got a number of generals who all decide that they know better, right? And they're going to take it upon themselves to select areas and then start competing with one another. And then you have Toyotomi and Tokugawa kind of coming out on top of this conflict, like the two of them, and then the two of them going head to head. And like, okay, 1591 means that you don't make it technically to the Tokugawa period. But by the time you've hit 1591, you know that the Tokugawa are the ones who are going to rule for the next 200 years, right? Like, we know from our perspective that Tokugawa Ieyasu is going to create a ruling dynasty that lasts until 1861. 1861 or 1864.
Somewhere in that range.
It's one of those 2 years, I think. So it's like, yeah, it's a good time period that we know a lot about, but there's also so much happening that there's a lot of names are famous because they are from this period, right? When so many things are happening, there's much more chance for more people to become well known historically, right? Periods of conflict are always the most interesting periods to track. Yeah, exactly, Tacos. That's what I mean. Like, no clear line of succession following kind of like all of this. And then like the dissolution of power between the generals. I mean, you're talking about a very similar situation to, you know, the death of Alexander the Great, except arguably, Tokugawa Ieyasu was much better at subjugating than any of Alexander's generals were. Okay. Oh man, talking is rough.
That's why you have the teapot.
I didn't bring my teacup.
Oh, dear Lord.
I've just been sitting here drinking cold water.
I'm gonna give you Realm's better coaster for tea.
I was fully willing to just sit here and suffer in silence. I was perfectly willing to do that. I was willing to just use the tea as a prop.
Pour it in your mouth next time.
But it's hot. So, Sen no Rikyu is most famous for really two things. One, his mastery and influence over the Japanese tea ceremony, right? And not just the tea ceremony itself, but the tradition and aesthetics that surround it, right? And two, his amazingly good and, in the end, fatal ability to worm his way under the rule of very powerful men who were perhaps a little emotional and temperamental, and perhaps, one could even say, paranoid.
Yeah.
So, you know. But to start like talking about his life, and then we'll talk about the tea ceremony later, and then I've been assured that there are other things we need to discuss for reasons that I do not know, but we'll get there. So, the man who becomes the historical figure that we know as Sen no Rikyu was born in Osaka Prefecture. His parents were not of like significant social status, right? His father owned a warehouse, and his mother basically lived at home, right? Like she took care of the home. His name in childhood was Yoshiro, but when he was young, he studied the tea ceremony, right? Under a man in the town named Kitamuki Dochin. And then he moved on to study tea under Takano Joho. And Takano Joho is one of the names of his people who are pretty well known in the development of the wabi aesthetic in relation to the tea ceremony, right? And wabi and wabi-sabi are sort of this Japanese aesthetical movement that embraces more rustic, quiet, and simpler aesthetics and decorations rather than the incredibly over decorative and hugely produced like giant rooms that like very often samurai tea parties had in previous centuries. And that's not to say that there was not already a movement of this sort of smaller, more simple aesthetic tea ceremony, right? Like, keep in mind, Sen no Rikyu does not invent this, right? He just takes it to another level and popularizes it. Like, this style already existed. It just wasn't as popular at the time. So he goes to study under Takano Joho, and at this time he receives the Buddhist name Soeki from a priest named Dairen Soto. At this time he married a woman. He was 21, and then he took Zen training in Daitokuji Temple in Kyoto. Now, we don't know a whole lot about him between the period where he got married and took his initial training, and then the period where he became a notable tea master. But the historical presumption here is that he essentially just kept studying, performing the tea ceremony, and becoming more and more well-known, and expanding his sort of grasp and the way that he did his particular style of tea ceremonies, right? Like the aesthetic that he liked to channel, and that sort of thing. So around 1579, so when he was 58, he was the tea master for Oda Nobunaga, right? He achieved this very high position in society, right? Because tea ceremonies are a large part of Japanese society, especially noble society, because you can do a lot in a tea ceremony. So this brings up a sort of slight tangent we're going to talk about right now that I was discussing with Think Back before this, is that, so there's a saying in writing in general, right? That when you write, you leave parts of yourself in what you're writing, you know? So like often, if you're reading a fan fiction or a book, you can tell what the author is very interested in or what they do for a living based on how they write. And there's an author on fanfiction.net at AO3 who does these, like, she writes a lot of fan fiction about things like Naruto, but she sets them in, like, 16th, 17th century Japan, right? Like, historical 16th century, 17th century Japan, right? With, like, the different characters represented as parts of, like, noble houses. And then she goes into this, like, extensive amount of detail about the tradition of the tea ceremony and what the different elements can symbolize and what different colors and flowers and statements you're making are made through the tea ceremony. And this all relates to, like, how popular the tea ceremony is, right? And his prestige as Nobunaga's master of the tea ceremony, because a tea ceremony could turn a man from your ally to your enemy. It could turn a man from your enemy to your ally, because the tea ceremony in Japanese culture, right, at this level, is layered in so many levels of, like, obfuscation, information, like, you're showing your allegiances, you're telling them about you, you're learning about them, how they react, do you take the cup at a certain time, how do you behave with the chawan, like, all of these different elements have a meaning, right? So it's much, much deeper than just, you know, pour the tea. And actually, that's not it. To be fair, she goes pour the tea, and then she goes on to tell you that, like, the way that you pour tea, it, like, is gonna tell people about you. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's...
The tea ceremony is very complex. It takes... A lot of people spend their lives trying to master this.
Yeah, and you can change the entire meaning of your tea ceremony just by changing the flowers that are in the room.
Yeah.
Or the poetry on the wall. Or the cup that you are using. Any one of these things can change the entire meaning of the tea ceremony. Right? To be able to masterfully change multiple of these things to create, like, interactions based on this, you have a call coming in that is buzzing right next to the microphone.
What the fuck? It's a 3-day weekend, folks.
I'm just saying.
Sorry, that was my work phone. Whose phone is? Oh, that's my work phone. Somebody's calling.
Yeah. So following Odonobu's death,
Odonobu's dead?
Following the death of Oda Nobunaga in 1582, he then became the tea master for Toyotomi Hideyoshi, which is kind of interesting because, like, in a lot of ways you would expect that it wouldn't be that common for someone to take on, like, members of their rival's household, but at the same time, Hideyoshi wasn't really a rival of Nobunaga, right? Mm-hmm. Like, keep in mind, he was one of his generals, you know? Like, this is different. This is just him finding a new house, a new horse to back, etc. Anyway, so he quite quickly managed to create a very strong relationship with Hideyoshi and became one of his confidants, right? He became essentially one of the most powerful figures in the world at the time, right? You have the ear of, you know, one of the two people who are actively fighting to take control of basically all of Japan, following the death of one of the greatest, I'd say, uniters of Japanese history, you know? Now, in 1585, he needed to gain sort of, like, more notoriety in a way. Like, he had to have more valid credentials than just being good at the tea ceremony to be able to enter the imperial palace, because he intended to help at a tea gathering that would be given for Emperor Ogamachi, right, the emperor at the time, by Hideyoshi, right? So the emperor gave him the Buddhist name Rikyu Koji at the time when he was doing this, and he played a pretty central role in the Grand Kitano tea ceremony held by Hideyoshi in 1587. And this sort of, like, cements his role as, like, a man with an incredible amount of power for not actually being at the head of the political, like, party that he's representing, right? Like, it's a pretty impressive ability to get up that high. And of course, like, kind of all through this period, he's perfecting evolving his art of the tea ceremony, the aesthetics he prefers, and because he's so popular and so influential, that is having a trickle-down effect on the culture of the tea ceremony, right? All across Japan. Obviously, if this man is getting so much success doing it this way, everyone else should be doing it this way too. That is how trickle-down works. So, ironically, the older he becomes, the more and more he embraces like rustic simplicity. So he becomes more concerned with like single-use artisan bowls, right? Like individual poems depending on the time and the season and the situation, and just seasonal things in general, right? Like the absolute simplicity. He even he's the one who kind of made the trend more popular to make tea rooms smaller, right? Like instead of having these great halls, is smaller and smaller tea rooms, sometimes only the size of 2 tatami mats total, right? And then the only focus is on the tea, the serving, and like the single piece of art and flower that is exhibited, right? Like the ultimate simplicity, but still telling thousands of words at the same time. Jesus. Now, across this period of his life, he actually had a lot of disciples, right? Many people studied under him. Two of the most well-known ones are Yamanoi Soji and Furuta Oribe. Furuta Oribe became a tea master after his death. And then another one of his disciples, the Zen priest Nanbo Soke, is the credited author of Southern Record. And Southern Record is one of the most comprehensive records of Sen no Riku's teachings that survives to today. But Nanbo's existence, like I say, he's credited, not that he authored. His existence is in question with historians. We don't actually know if he lived, right? His works could have been written by someone else. Yamanoe also wrote chronicles that gave some commentaries about Riku's teaching, but those have survived less to the modern day and are less kind of like relied upon. He also had like a number of children across this period, so he has a son, a daughter, some of them, and he had more than one wife, right? So during this entire like period of his life, he's living his life, right? He has a wife, he has a second wife, he has multiple children. One of the children from his second wife married one of the children from his first wife. And because of the weird circumstances of how his children got married, his son, not his son, but the son of his second wife from one of her previous marriages became his heir because he married Riku's daughter rather than Riku's son becoming heir, because the daughter was from his first marriage, I think. So it's like very interesting complexity of how his family was working. But he's living his life. He's learning, he's evolving, etc. And he's getting up there in age. He's in his 60s at this point. Some commentary about the Grand Kitano tea ceremony. Now, remember I said Riku became one of Hideyoshi's closest confidants? Well, that didn't last incredibly long or well, because they had some differences in opinion. And Sendo Riku was quite outspoken in his differences of opinion, and he was quite an independent person. Like, he had a lot of power himself, having been the tea master of Oda Nobunaga, and now the tea master of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and also like given a name by the emperor, having hosted these great events and stuff like that. And so Hideyoshi got a little antsy about his influence and his independence, and decided, you know what, my friend, my confidant, one of my closest, I would like you to kill yourself, ritually, for honor. And he actually ordered him to commit seppuku. Yep. Which, not the best move on his part, I think. Perhaps, just saying.
One of many bad moves.
Well, oh yeah, one of many issues, And keep in mind, he's being ordered to commit this ritual suicide a year after one of his most famous disciples, who we talked about, Yamanoe, was tortured and decapitated on his orders as well. So things are not going sunny side up shiny for Sen no Rikyu. So we know that he did commit suicide in his residence at the Jurakudai Palace in 1591. In the traditional Japanese lunar calendar, the 28th day of the second month. So February 28th, I don't know, March 28th, something like that. I don't know how the Japanese lunar calendar relates to ours today. Between the ages of like 68 to 70. According to the Book of T, the last thing he did was hold a tea ceremony where he served all of his guests and then presented every piece of the instruments he used to prepare the tea for their inspection, along with a really beautiful kakemono. And then he gave each of his guests a piece of the equipment as a souvenir to take with them before taking the bowl, which he then shattered, right? And what he said when he shattered the bowl was, "Never again should this cup be polluted by the lips of misfortune be used by man." Right? So a symbolic shattering of the cup and that sort of thing. And then supposedly all his guests but one departed, and then one wrote down his death poem, which was, "Welcome to thee, O sword of eternity, through Buddha and through Dharma alike, thou hast cleft thy way." Ironically, a year later, Hideyoshi would build like a giant new residence in Fushimi. And when he decorated it and constructed it, he explicitly said that he wished that it would be pleasing to Sen no Rikyu and that he regretted telling him to kill himself. Too little, too late, bud.
Toyotomi Hideyoshi really out here on his villain arc at this point.
Yeah, Yeah, too little, too late.
That was a fun one, wasn't it?
A little bit, yeah. Now,
you want to tell another happy story about the Toyotomi Hideyoshi?
No.
Why don't you switch us over to the next tab?
I don't. Because it's not another happy story. Because it's not another happy story. You need to tell us another happy story. It's not another happy story.
Tell me another one.
It's not. Oh, man. So, Komahime. Poor Komahime. Oh, man. That's so rough to go from, like, one to the other. So Komahime is the second daughter of a man named Yoshiaki Mogami and Osaki Fujin, and she was one of Toyotomi Hidetsugu's concubines, also known by the name Ima, and a cousin of Date Masamune.
Yep.
Yeah. So Komahime was born incredibly beautiful. Her parents doted on her, and the chief advisor of the emperor at the time, Hidetsugu Toyotomi, heard about her reputation for being the most beautiful girl in the east of Japan, and he wanted Yoshimitsu to offer her as a concubine to him. Now, Yoshimitsu repeatedly refused this, but was eventually forced into promising Komahime to marry into Kyoto from Yamagata when she was 15. Now, Jesus, it's not good.
No.
It's not good. Now, she arrived in Kyoto in 1595. So this is after the death of Sen no Rikyu, by the way, which is why I was so fucking confused about why you had me talk about this, because I know that the connection with the people and the time period, but... So she... Hidetsugi, just a little while after she arrived, Hidetsugi was forced to commit suicide, right? On order of Hideyoshi Toyotomi. But Toyotomi went a step further, and he not only ordered Hidetsugu to commit suicide, but he also had all of the concubines of Hidetsugu executed. She wasn't even officially his concubine yet, but because she was in his house to become his concubine, but so her father begged for him to spare her life because of these circumstances. Other people begged for Hideyoshi to change his mind and spare her life, and he sent a messenger, but the messenger was too late. She was executed when the messenger was close enough on horseback to see her, but not close enough to halt the execution.
Man, you know, I wonder why a lot of Japanese high society wasn't in favor of allowing the Toyotomi to continue with their reign. Why they maybe thought some regime change might be needed.
Yeah, and then to add insult to injury, right? Because this story continues. The families of all these concubines, right, including Komahime, requested to have their children's bodies back for burial, and instead the bodies were thrown into a hastily dug pit. And the monument placed over it read, "Mound of Beasts." Komahime's mother killed herself 2 weeks after this happened. And Komahime's father was furious. Like, absolutely fucking furious. He ended up joining the Eastern Squadron during the Battle of Sekigahara. And then he became a monk of the Shinsu sect, where he moved to Senshoji Temple. And then eventually made it a family temple dedicated to Komahime and his wife, Lady Osaki, who had killed herself. He also donated a massive chunk of land and his yearly income to the temple to have the biggest Buddhist temple inside of a castle town built in their honor, gathering multiple sect temples in the area to all come together in this collaboration. Komahime's room was relocated from the castle, and her portrait, along with that of her mother's, were preserved in these rooms in this new temple. And the worst part was that some of Hidetsugu's wives and children were spared, but not his concubines.
Toyotomi Hideyoshi really had a period right there where he went from like the successor to Nobunaga to fucking Joffrey Baratheon.
The brutality of this act of his is actually what caused a lot of people in Japanese society at the time to rethink the way that they treated women and children that belonged to the households of men. Because what did these women have to do with what Hidetsugu was doing? What did Komahime have to do with this man who had sought her out when she was a child? She wasn't even 16, and she wasn't even married to him. And yet she had to stand bravely in the face of her actual murder. This is murder, not her death. Yeah. Her murder. For a man that she didn't want to marry, that she didn't know, that was years her senior.
There's no reason she should have died.
None.
Well, wait. Murder as in murder on the battlefield, or murder
No, they put her up on a hill with about 13 other women or so and then murdered them all, dropped them into a pit and called them beasts.
All because they were
married to someone that Hideyoshi was suspicious of.
See.
If it's called a purge, typically that's a bad thing.
If it looks like a purge and it sounds like a purge, then maybe it is a purge. Look, the Tokugawa were not great, right? There's a lot of issues with the Tokugawa. But, like, when you compare it to this, maybe it was the lesser of two evils for Ieyasu to come in, you know?
Like, it makes sense now when you look at this, why Japanese high society was hitting that one of those points where they were murdering each other in the streets.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, if I had been her father, I might have actually taken a sword at fucking Hideyoshi. Like, straight up. Just been like, either I kill you or I die trying.
Yeah.
And one of these things will happen, and either way, I will be like, either I don't have to suffer anymore, or you will be avenged. Like, fuck. Yeah. Jens is right. The suspicious person was also his nephew, and at one time had been designated his heir.
Yup.
Which has to do with the interaction. So that's how there's a connection to Yododono and Cha-Cha in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is very much like especially with that, at one point he would have been his heir. This very much feels like he was just trying to get one heir out of the way so his son could take over.
Exactly.
Like, this is some Game of Thrones shit.
100%. And you know what? If he hadn't been such a brutal little bitch about it, he probably would have gotten away with it.
Yeah.
But he was a brutal little bitch about it, and so he didn't.
Things might have been easier for his children had he not purged every one of this guy's wives.
Mm-hmm. Well, not all of his wives, but
say some of the wives.
yeah.
They were too important to kill.
Some of his wives died, though. There's only some that were saved. So, Jesus.
That was bad.
All
so,
right.
what class are you thinking here for Rikyu?
So, Sendo Rikyu as the master of the tea ceremony, but, what is fate doing here? Because you gave me Komahime. So are they the same person together in one servant? Or are we looking at two separate servants here? Because if they're the same person together in one servant, I have a different answer. Than if
Why
they're
don't
two
you give
different
both? Give me both.
Sendo Rikyu to me seem. Wait. Important clarifying question here. Original classes or extended?
Original. No
classes.
extras.
Okay, Sendo Rikyu to me reads as a caster, right? Like that's just what Sendo Rikyu to me reads
As a lot of artsy fartsy people tend to.
Yeah. On the other hand, Komahime, I almost want to like put her in like Berserker or something. Because that would make sense. Like, all the stories say that she went to her death with so much bravery, right? But she wasn't trained in any weapons or famous for anything like that. So I can only imagine that, like, Berserker would be pretty fitting. It'd be pretty hard to cast her as, like, an archer or a saber when there's not, like, something famous attaching her to those. We don't know if she was, like, particularly good at riding. And I know that sometimes these traits aren't, like, linear to guessing classes, but they're the best guides I have to go by.
So, you made a very good call there, actually. I do agree that you probably would be right about Caster if it was just Rikyu, but you called the twist here. This is them together, and this is a Berserker, in fact.
Look. We've had a couple servants recently that you guys haven't seen yet that I've been tricked by this, so I knew to ask.
She's learning. I'm sure if I had given you, like, either didn't give you any clarification or it said extra class, you would have said, like, Avenger or something.
Yeah, I think Avenger, or I think if you'd told me that they were going to be merged together, I would have said maybe Alter Ego or something like that. Yeah. Just fit, like, somewhere in the extra classes. But I find that the extra classes are more malleable for purpose. Like, with the original classes, I find myself searching for a part of the story that has, like, a sword or a lance or a bow or a horse.
Extra classes outside of something like maybe Ruler, it's a little bit more like, yeah, this is...
I've got some more... I can explain my reasoning here, and it'll make sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, Berserker?
Yep. Oop, we are scrolled down a bit.
Oh, good. Oh, she's so cute. That's what I wanted. Your mouse is so reactive. Okay, why is she actually so fucking cute? It's almost looks like she's like a ghost, kind of like floating there. But she's so cute. Oh. Love that. Assume that's a reference to the Mound of the Beasts. You know? That's what I can only assume that is. The Mound of the Beasts and the seppuku and everything.
So, Rikyu is, yes, a composite spirit containing both Sendo Rikyu and Komahime. The two actually in the afterlife bonded over a shared hatred for the Toyotomi, ultimately merging their souls to allow themselves to form a much more powerful spirit origin than either of them would have been able to take gone on their own.
Okay,
In
but
fact,
like
Komahime probably wouldn't have been able to make a servant on her own.
no, okay, but like petty besties for the win. Like I love any backstory of anything that just includes over shared hatred of a specific person or group of people. We are aligned.
So they take on Komahime's body, where Rikyū becomes a berserker servant and works to avenge the deaths of countless innocents that died to the Toyotomi's cruelty.
Mm-hmm.
Rikyū is fairly self-serious and is responsible for the chosen more muted attire to this servant. Contrast with Komahime, who's much more friendly
The
and at
bright
times
red.
even energetic.
So like she's representing the bright red, it's more Komahime, and like in the muted blacks and grays,
Yes.
it's more Sen no Rikyu.
Yes. Of the two, Rikyū definitely takes the revenge much more seriously, wanting revenge against not just the Toyotomi, but the entire world. With Komahime definitely wanting solidarity out of Rikyū and more than the actual revenge plot. Even asking Rikyū to stop once it starts going a little bit too far.
Which is very much, I would say, a reflection of her age and relative innocence in compared to Sen no Rikyu. Sen no Rikyu is a man who has had 60 years to become disillusioned with the world and the masters he's serving.
Mm-hmm.
Komahime is mad at one person who did one thing. So it makes sense.
So what happens here is that Rikyū ends up getting into a contract with an ancient bestial god who was in opposition to Himiko and the Yamatai Koku.
Okay.
And as a fun aside,
Yeah, that was the other thing. You like mentioned Yamatai Koku, and I was like, oh yeah, Himiko and the records of the Wei Dynasty
how the fuck does this connect?
and the Wa. But that's so long before this happens,
Yeah.
so it's like, yeah.
So it was actually this god whose sorcerer would go on to raise Io as a shrine maiden before she was saved and adopted by Himiko.
Mm-hmm.
I think we had to gloss over that, and I didn't really get the context for that until like much later after we'd already done Io and updates.
Yeah.
But Rikyū and the Beast God would devise a plan which involved sacrificing souls to this god, including the soul of Chacha's firstborn son, Toyotomi Tsurumatsu. You remember we had the sprite for that in the Chacha video.
Yep, Tsurumatsu.
Rikyū is ultimately stopped when he's reminded of the joy his tea brought people, and he moves on, though he is still within Komahime's spirit origin. Komahime ultimately is able to find peace by reconciling with Cha-Cha and Toyotomi Tsurumatsu. The young child would actually end up apologizing for what that succession crisis that his death caused, leading to that infighting.
Which sucks because baby, that's not your fault. Like you were a child. You died and you were a child.
Komahime would actually go on to guide the young boy back to the afterlife before later rejoining Chaldea alongside Rikyū.
Well, that's just fucking adorable. The solidarity of children who died too young.
So we actually have a bit of an. I forgot to pull it up. These are Rikyū's bomb lines. If you click in, if you go back up into the to like where you can see the different servant versions, I recommend opening up
Komahime
as well,
has
she
different
bomb
ones.
lines as
Okay.
well.
I was wondering because there weren't very many. Okay, all right. It's been a while, Lord Nobunaga. Huh? Why do you look so surprised? Oh, you mean my appearance? Well, my appearance may have changed, but I'm unchanged on the inside. We can say the same thing about you, can we not? Lord Nobunaga, what is that getup of yours? What? A swimsuit. Rock and roll. I do not understand these words, but your appearance is indescribably amusing. Huh? You would like to dance a Rikyū boogie woogie with me? You have not changed, Lord Nobunaga. I decline. Why, if it isn't Lord Nagayoshi, it has been a while. By the way, how is your pursuit of refinement going? I would like to see how your tea ceremony training with Master has been going. Oh, there's no need to bring me a head you took. Lord Yamanami, I would like to apologize for all the trouble I caused back then. This may not make up for it, but perhaps you can call all your comrades, everyone from the Shinsengumi. I would like to extend an invitation to a tea ceremony. Do not worry, I will not forget to prepare some superior takuan. Ah, Miss Io, do you have business with me? Huh? Matcha latte? You would ask such a thing of me? Very well. I shall prepare the best matcha latte you have ever tasted. Couldn't be me. I don't like matcha lattes. Ah, Miss Szechuan. Well, it may not be my place to say this, but karma has certainly led you down an interesting path. Rikyu is astonished. One day I would like to meet you over a cup of tea. I would not. You know, I would not. Okay. Lady Cha-Cha once played with me in the past. As a parting gift, she gave me this lovely set of beautiful Otadama beanbags. I was so thrilled I played with them often when I returned home. I am very grateful for Rikyu. If it wasn't for his help, I would not be in this world. However, I do not like that he is a bit picky about cha no yu. Lady Io, would you like to go out for some tea before you go home? I just wanted to say the kind of high school girls might say. Come on, let's enjoy ourselves. Lady Himiko, mentor of Lady Io, and the first queen of ancient Yamatai Koku. She is so grand, she is larger than life. I wonder if she would share with me the secret of becoming so incredible. Lady Sei Shonagun's attire is really loud and interesting. I mean, beautiful. I would like to try wearing something so dazzling one day. Huh? What is it, Rikyu? Black is best? That's all you ever say, Rikyu. That's the famous high priest Sanzang. Rikyu, we must not embarrass ourselves. Unlike you, who loves money, that person is a bona fide high priest. She exudes great virtue. She is so amazing. I don't know, have you ever interacted with Xuanzang Sanzang for more than 2 minutes? I love Xuanzang Sanzang, but... you know...
Taking a look at their artist.
Yeah, I usually do. That's it. It's just Senno Rikyu and Komahime. Okay.
So,
oh god. Okay.
these two primarily fight using a black sludge substance, which I believe is supposed to represent their bitterness at the Toyotomi and humanity as a whole. It is comprised of bitter souls that are sacrificed to the dark bestial god. I lost my place here. And they also possess a powerful sword that was previously used by the sorcerer of that bestial god.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Love the flavor text on the skills is great. So our noble phantasm is 1 moment, 1 meeting.
Yeah, so this is Riku creating a bounded field where they serve tea to their opponent. Their opponent is locked into the traditional ceremony, and when they consume the tea, they are forced to consume, they are forced to consume the tea in that ceremony, which will cause their souls to be assaulted by the black curses that Riku uses. Weaker souls will have their souls shattered and absorbed through those, with a stronger soul or spirit origin being potentially able to escape or mitigate its effects. And then there's another NP that's not listed there at the NP page, but I have it. You good?
I thought I felt a spider on my hand, but I think I just didn't notice that I was tilting the teacup more and more, and I spilled tea all down my pants. Oops. And on my hand. But I thought it was a spider, and I got really panicked.
There was that other type Moon Wiki page I had opened. I don't know if you still have it open or not.
Go on.
Yes, that is actually another noble phantasm. This Riku is able to summon a tea house fitted with all the needed amenities, including outside vending machines for convenience. It is, however, fueled by whatever Riku desires most, which happens to be money. So making the tea inside, or even making the tea house change locations, costs the user actual money.
I don't like that. I don't like that. This is some bullshit. I do like the vending machines, though. That's funny.
You gotta get that money somehow. It's an easy way to passively generate income.
Yep. Now I see forms and alternate versions.
They're mostly just different points in the story. So, like...
Hang on. No. Hang on. Ford has been army crawling behind me on the floor, and I just hear the shh of his jacket.
Trying to see what, like, a surprise thing on camera.
You can just walk behind me, Ford.
So Komahime here
No,
is...
why not? That's fun. Here.
Komahime here is just sort of a shortened version, or like a truncated version of what was already being shown on the other page. In the bottom one, Super Sen no Rikyu is a gag that appeared one time to fight you, but I can't remember if it was she was trying to destroy Matcha, or if like what the fuck was going on, but there was like a Matcha thing going on that she raged against the world on. Or
Apparently, it was a matcha latte tournament.
Yeah,
to
it was
destroy
weird.
matcha latte forever.
It was weird. Gouda Gouda, everyone.
I love it. I love it. Hang on. Gotta make sure we're seeing this at the absolute top quality we can.
Oh my.
I mean, I can kind of get down for the fact that most of her attacks are, like, not her doing more than the bare minimum. Because it feels like it really does go with that, like, vaguely, like, aesthetical sort of, like, simpler thing, you know? But also, it's really funny to see just, like, a giant hand appear and bitch slap an enemy, you know? I don't know, Tacos. I can see Vorn right here.
I think you might actually, I messed up the one where I was actually laying right down on my side.
I couldn't see you over the table there.
Yeah.
Murder. We love a queen who stands back and lets other people do the work for her, you know? We're just going to have tea. That's how we're powering up. We're having tea. I'm excited for the NP animation. Me, Dakota Doyle. Knick-Knack at least kind of cares. I actually kind of don't on a general basis. Tea is tea when I'm just having it for myself.
There's certain teas where it's stronger and there's weaker ones.
No, I mean like in terms of like tea etiquette.
Oh.
If I want tea, I'm making tea.
Yes.
Although I won't put it in a microwave, so I don't know. Maybe
I
that's
haven't done that in years, so I refuse to do that now.
You had to put years there on that sentence, though.
Just water, not the tea itself. Jesus Lord, man.
I would never. So I mean, I always use my kettle. So.
Yeah, these days I never use. That's the laziest I'll go is the pre-mix or the preheat.
Nah, my kettle's not the preheated one. I've got an actual like electric kettle. It doesn't stay preheated. I do have to boil it every time, but. Oh.
I have a preheated, and then I have just a normal kettle that I use when I'm making food for groups.
Yeah.
Water.
I like that her attacks have become like massive in her third form. It's like ultimate overkill, you know what I mean?
Komahime is much more hands-on.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, I feel like Komahime deserves, you know?
I'm kind of surprised there's no like dark aura around her.
Oh, there very much kind of is, Vorn. She's got, look, she's got like black smoke coming off her. Fire shoulders and head.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
It's just a bit hard to see.
I think it's because it's a dark background on where they're showing us.
Yeah.
But it is like black aura coming off of her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Fill the ground with blood. Oh, it's so pretty. I sentenced you to death.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that is. I love it. Oh, yeah. How new is Komahime, by the way?
Do you remember when when you were playing and you saw at Yamatai Koku event you couldn't play?
Mm-hmm.
It was that Yamatai Koku event, so add 2 years to that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's 3, not 2?
No, it's 2.
Oh,
For
okay.
FGO, it's 2.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I love that this is the same. Also, this is done by the Gura Gura artist.
Yes.
Yeah. It's great. Okay. I know I've got... Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to go back here for some of the art, I think. Yeah. Okay. I think there was some art over here that I don't see over there. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is. Okay. So I'll start over here, and then if I double cover anything, it'll be fine. But I think it's like just some of these things like down here at the end, right? Like cute little images where I don't see them on the
It could
FGO
just
page.
be that they went under the radar.
Yeah. Because that's adorable. Come on. Oh. I think I saw the Valentine's one. Yeah, it was just her with the luggage, I guess. No? No, I also don't recognize this one. Oh. That's very cute. Okay. Alright, let's look through some of these illustrations now. The artist really likes her servant, and I love that for them. Also, that's hilarious.
Some of these artists that have only done one servant, they love them.
Beautiful, perfect, absolute cinema. It's just, I really wish I could see what she's saying down here because she looks so shocked. You should read that, Knick-Knack. It's mostly not kanji, I think.
Let me take a look.
There's maybe only like one kanji there. The rest are hiragana.
One is just ooh-ah-wah. So it's more of a reaction. It's like ooh-ah-wah.
Ah, okay.
I don't know what I didn't get a good look at the kanji.
Oh, hey, Vorn, Aura,
Yeah.
come look.
Oh, yeah, no, that's so cool.
See, this is Vorn's type of servant. Komahime is so cute and vaguely evil.
Yeah.
I called it! I called it. With the little tea ceremony version of her. That's so cute. And creepy. But, you know, we love good duality in servants. Oh. I like that. I love the decoration on the phone with the little charms and everything sticking out. It's really cute together. Is that T.H.E?
Yep.
In the center? Okay. Hey, we got one of these.
Yup.
Astolfo in the upper left corner?
Yep.
Hermia, Ku, Medusa, Medea, Steno or Euryale?
I can't tell from
I
here.
think it's one of the two. Berserker Lancelot. I think that's Summer Martha?
Yep.
Siegfried, Robin, Kukulkan, Ozymandias, Hans Christian Andersen, Tezcatlipoca, Sen no Rikyu, and Mecha Eli-chan, but not Mecha Eli-chan Mark II.
Yep, you know them all.
I do! I think that's the first one of these that we've had where I've known them all.
Yeah, and they're new enough that we hadn't seen them before.
Yeah. And I was able to get them all on my own.
Mm-hmm.
Without help. Which, you know, is a big contrast to when we did the chibi guessing game a while back, and I was horrible at it. Alright. I do have a fair amount of these. Okay. Alright. EXP. Tea Ceremony Teacher. Oh, okay, so that's the image from before. Now transcending the ages. Oh, okay. Now transcending the ages, the great tea ceremony battle is about to begin. Rikyu, make a satisfying bowl of tea by arranging the charcoal to efficiently boil the water. Provide a sense of coolness during the summer and a sense of warmth during the winter. Arrange the flowers like they are wild and be prepared well in advance. Prepare for rain even if the forecast says otherwise, and be most considerate towards your guests. If you manage to do that, you too can be a great Cha no Yu teacher. Use this card to gain experience, and I look forward to the day when you reach the ultimate state of Cha no Yu. Oh my god. I have like a tickle right at the back of my throat. Like water, like flowers. Okay, come on. Like water, let the anger that rages through you flow away freely, magnanimously, and gracefully, like flowing water. Like flowers, let your thoughts return to your distant hometown, conjuring radiant and cheerful feelings, like a flower blooming in the field. Parents who were separated from their daughter, and the daughter who was separated from her parents. The two sentiments which had nowhere to meet in this land. One enraged by its circumstance, the other saddened by its state. Each pitied the other, and then their souls joined. They did so to aid one another if they were comforting each other. The two souls united as they were in harmony and order. In this way, Komahime shall be Rikyu, and Rikyu shall be Komahime. Think of this chashaku, this bamboo tea scoop, as Rikyu, and this tea caddy as Komahime. We've put our gratitude to you who accepted us as we are into this session of tea, like water, like flowers. Okay. Matcha latte. Like a wildflower. Okay. Valentine's Day chocolate from Komahime with a light refreshment from Sen no Rikyu. Apparently Komahime was fed up with afternoon tea consisting entirely of matcha and forced Sen no Rikyu to switch spirit origins with her. Her matcha brewing skills, which may or may not involve copious amounts of milk, left Sen no Rikyu in disapproving astonishment. The result is an expertly crafted matcha chocolate latte. The baked chocolate biscuits to the side make for a simple but comforting accompaniment. On this Valentine's Day, let us savor each other's hospitality. Live in this moment like a flower blooming in the wild. Oh, I could be okay with a matcha latte if it's matcha and chocolate. Because chocolate overcomes almost everything. Oh. Aw, look at that. That's so cute. They're camping. Well, they're glamping, judging by the amount of equipment around them and in the background and such. Okay, come on. The charms of autumn are all in one place. The scenery of the mountains is ever-changing, so encountering its bounty lasts but for a brief moment unrepeated. Even the most treasured sword is inferior to chopsticks when facing a bubbling pot. Even if there's a path from which you cannot stray, what is good if your stomach is empty? No matter how beautiful an outfit may be, it cannot compare to the abundant blessings that fill your cheeks. It cannot compare to the joy that fills your heart. Not with the little plushie dressed up like a fucking doll. Okay, well now I need this plushie too.
You need the little Komahime plushie?
I need all of the plushies. Also, the toasted marshmallows, elite. Absolutely elite. So these are both exhibition attire. This is Sennoriku's. And the other one will be Komahime's. And it also features surging enshrined deity Ocean Nunos in the background in the Hawatoria Pavilion. I see ocean surging Cernunos. Okay, and then this one is Komahime. Oh yeah, you can really tell the difference between them in these two. But I kind of love that. Komahime's is not in the Hawatoria Pavilion, though, I don't think. This looks like it's in India. Or somewhere in the Middle East, almost, you know?
Is it a different year?
I don't know. I can check. Oh, it doesn't say where this one's from. This one says it's from 2024, 9th Annie. This one doesn't say.
Is there another one after this?
Yes.
Okay, it's probably still 9th Annie.
Yeah, this one's Heroic Spirit's Stellar Journey.
Okay, that's 10th Annie.
And this one has a voiced element. The setting for this craft essence is Wikipedia. So there was a link there, and then it got removed. Okay. Alright, let me get the sound down.
いにしえより受け継がれしこの一杯幾久しく人の世を潤さんこと
So this is the section. This is the section that was knick-knack. I'm gonna break your fucking computer. May this infusion handed down from ancient times continue to enrich the human world for many years to come. Okay. Now, I think it might be appropriate at this given time, right? By the way, I love Komahime Sennorikyu. This is fantastic. 10 out of 10. Would get this servant, right?
Is this going up there with you in your?
Oh, absolutely.
Sure.
But we've had a run of really good servants lately. Some that aren't up on the channel yet that I'm so excited for. So I think it would probably behoove you to do 2 hints here at the end of the video. One for the servant that's going up next, like in the schedule, right? Because we haven't put up a community post or any hints yet. And another for the servant that's coming after Komahime.
Okay.
I keep wanting to call her Komahime. It's Sennorikyu.
Okay, this first thing is mostly for people that have stuck around and watched the stream. We mentioned in this stream multiple times the source material that this next character comes from.
Yeah.
But then next, other than that, for the next servant, for when this actually goes up, which should be sometime in mid to late March, it's actually going to be a minute before the next proper Seki Reacts comes out. Because we have updates coming right after this.
Okay, so then this is going to come in at the end of the 3rd week of March. We know that.
Somewhere in that time period. But as far as a hint for the servant that's coming out around that, well, I could just tell you guys the name, but Seki would probably sentence me to the bottom ring of hell for betraying her like that.
And with that being said, we'll see you guys next time. Now, Knick-Knack's going to come switch the viewfinder for you all to go back to the Tea Time stream while I take a small break.
Yeah.
I'm going to trade off spaces in front of the camera.
Vorn, I'm also going to take a second to go do things like refill my soup.
So, Vorn, chat is left to you. You have to babysit them.
What?
Yeah, babysit chat for us.
Oh my gosh, I'm already tired. Dang it. Move stuff.
I'm moving the camera back to get a little bit more of a direct view of you.
Yeah, don't worry. Watching Jit.
Okay. Boom.
Oh, Seki didn't look at the expression sheets. Yeah.
All right. And then move the mic closer to Vorn. Okay. All right, Vorn, entertain chat.
post the face in Discord. Okay, no, I'm gonna check this. I want to see this face. I'm trying to remember what we were doing like about an hour ago because Dakota Doyle said sound.
Oh, I know what happened there. Second, I addressed that. What happened was when we switched it over to the new source, it didn't have the mic on for some reason.
Okay. Yeah, they're saying Seki brought the updates on herself right there. Which, considering how quickly you guys go through Fate Servants right there, is kind of not that surprising.
Soup. Seki's probably gonna move right there, or want to move back there with her stuff. But
I'm probably gonna leave. I am
tired.
dog tired. Yeah.
Oh, good. Just let me know when you want to get out, so I can hide you from the camera.
Oh, I'm probably gonna be leaving when Seki's done. Well, with her toiletries. I assume it's the number one.
Because my goal is going to be to not leak my apartment number when you leave. So.
Fair.
You get to have any soup?
No. Yeah, I'm just not feeling great. I might actually be sick. I have actually checked for fever. I don't have fever, but I might actually have it now. Who knows? Or I'm just having a chicken. Oh, hi, Jack. Slick my hand. Yeah, I might actually just be having a sugar crash right now. Okay.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and hide the camera for a second, guys.
Okay. Thanks for coming, everybody.
Bye, Lauren.
Yeah.
Bye, Vorn. We'll add camera as soon as Vorn's out of here. So see you around, Vorn.
See ya.
All right, and the camera feed is back. It is now just the two of us. I think Seki's getting some soup.
This is a cursed spoon.
Why is it cursed?
I don't know. It's just weird shaped. I'm gonna kind of use your board here as a.
You're good.
And get down. Okay. Oh my goodness.
So that was all the content recorded finally.
Chat's right. It's just the two of us and the mushroom in the walls and chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. That's a nice break.
We'll have a more dynamic tea time chat in a minute. I think both of us just need kind of a decompressor for a second.
Also, I can eat and judge you when you're cooking.
At least someone will eat the soup.
And didn't Realm have some?
Don't think so.
Oh, well, Vorn had some.
No, he didn't.
Didn't he?
Nope.
I thought he said he was gonna. It's okay. I think vegetables scare them. You know?
I put a lot of effort into this soup.
I always get the feeling that vegetables scare them. And also, like, we love our friends, but Vorn is not the best at accepting other people's food.
No.
Like, I love Vorn, but Vorn is very much, he likes eating his own food, and he likes eating food out, like, at restaurants, but, like, even when I cook sometimes, it's, like, a little rough for, like, him wanting to eat it. Partially because, like, he doesn't really like butter in cooking or, like, excess fat when other people are cooking, but he doesn't mind it when he's cooking, which is interesting. So, you know, but also I think vegetables scare them. It's me throwing subtle shade. So, is it corn or chickpeas?
There's peas and corn.
Okay.
The recipe I used called for both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How are you feeling about the soup?
Good. Texturally, perfection. You've managed to somehow not overcook the stuff that cooks faster and not undercook the stuff that cooks slower. Which is hard in vegetable soups, I find, because sometimes you've got like different cook times for every single veggie.
It was a very, very, very involved recipe. Like, I had to cook one part of it for 20 minutes, then turn around, add some green beans, cook that for another, I had to cook one part until it boiled, one part until for 20 minutes once the green beans were added, and then once the green beans were added, that's when the corn and the chicken went in.
Yeah.
And the chicken had to be hand shredded.
Yeah. Because like, cooking things at different lengths, depending, and actually being really careful with that with veggies, is something that I only learned when I had that horrific mishap with the fucking turnip, you know? Because, like, a lot of the vegetables I tend to cook with, it doesn't really matter how long you cook them or don't. Because I don't often throw in a lot of veggies into things. I put, like, one or two specific veggies and then a lot of those veggies, you know? But, ooh, the turnip incident.
Contrasting the soup, the cookie was a very, very easy recipe. That was like, I just threw shit into 2 bowls and merged. Like, there was no waiting on it.
The
Nothing.
best part about the cookie is that even though you say it's a sugar cookie, it feels more like a vanilla flavored butter cookie.
It's kind of what it was.
And I really like butter cookies.
I mean, it's vanilla. It had vanilla and butter in it, so.
Yeah, because it's not overly sugary. That's why I love sugar cookies, but I find that like regular sugar cookies I can really struggle with because they're so sugary that sometimes they're even crunchy to eat. That's chewy, and you can really taste the vanilla and the butter.
Yeah. I tried one of them when they first came out because I wasn't sure I was gonna try. I found a recipe online for cookies that would go good with tea.
Yeah.
And then I tried. I'm like, oh, this is a winner.
Mm-hmm. So, what was your decision on the onions?
I tried to find onion paste, but I couldn't find any onion paste when I went grocery shopping, so I had to use onion powder. I just added it later in the recipe compared to other spices. I added it basically right before I put the chicken in.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like, actually, no, I had it in with the green beans, but I waited till it already hit a boil before I added it.
For reference, chat, I asked that question because if you don't know, onion for me is a textural nightmare. And so any form of onion that's like texturally chewable is not a form that I will eat or can eat, and I will not. I will most of the time skip dishes that have that in it unless I'm like out at a restaurant and I have no other option. So like Nick Nag mentioned to me that he might like just skip the onion or something, and I was like, well, I don't actually have a problem with the flavor of onion. In fact, I think onion adds a lot to the flavor of things. But I can really only stand it when you use either onion, like minced onion paste, which is basically just blended onion, same way you can get like minced garlic paste, or onion powder. And that in theory, if you get onion paste, what you can do is you can fry it off somewhat in the same way you would do with regular onion, but it doesn't take as long to get that same level of like flavor and like soft.
I probably would have added
softness.
it when I sauteed the vegetables. Exactly,
and you would have gotten a little bit more onion flavor and kind of aroma, probably. Aroma especially, because, you know, we eat with our noses into the veggies. But yeah.
Well, I said you have my recipe that I used for today, so.
I was almost going to ask, though, do you have bread?
No. I thought about getting something bread-based, but then I was like, I made those cookies already.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a lot of carbs.
Yeah, for me, tacos, like, for me, it's onions, whether raw or cooked, if the pieces are large enough to chew, are just a textural no. Like, even if I have to, like, eat food out that has onions in it, I will often try to, like, discreetly pick the onions out or select bites with the least amount of possible onion that I can. Not to say that, like, if I'm, like, for example, like, when I'm eating out, like, when I'm in Europe and food is being provided for me in some way, I will just eat it, right? Like, this isn't the sort of, like, crippling thing that, like, I have to ask for special food for. But, like, if I have the option, if I have the ability to say, please don't use, you know, identifiable chunks of onion, I will.
I figured if I had used the onion, you probably would have had, like, a bowl out of courtesy, but I didn't. I imagine you'd have stopped there.
Probably.
And you might not have finished the bowl.
Probably.
But,
I always forget how much I love celery. I grew up eating celery as a snack. My dad was an ants on the log person. My dad could cook like 6 things. He could make ants on a log. He could burn grilled cheese in a grilled cheese maker. He could put soup on the stove. He could put hot chocolate powder into water. He could burn waffles. And he could construct the most horrific sandwiches you've ever heard of, texturally and flavor. I once watched that man take 2 pieces of whole wheat bread and put a layer of ketchup, a layer of cheese, a layer of baby carrots, whole baby carrots, and then peanut butter and jelly. And then eat it.
I need to ask you how you feel about the chicken in this recipe, by the way. Because the chicken, what I ended up doing for the shredded chicken is I ended up basically going to a grocery store and buying a chicken.
Rotisserie chicken?
Yeah, rotisserie chicken.
And then shredding it?
Yeah. I should have looked at which rotisserie chicken I grabbed because I didn't realize I had 2 kinds. I had barbecue and garlic, and I grabbed the barbecue. Then when I'm thinking about it, as I already have it in there, letting it cool in the cart so that it's not, it's hitting a room temperature before I get back to the house. I realized, if I didn't already have this at room, like approaching room temperature, I'd actually probably exchange this for garlic because garlic might have worked better in the recipe than barbecue.
So I think the good news here about that is it's actually barely noticeable.
Okay.
And I'm presuming that's because when you pulled it, you lost a lot of the skin.
Yes.
And the skin is often what carries the most flavor from those rubs and seasonings. So I would not have known that this is a barbecue as opposed to a garlic. And in fact, the garlic probably would not have made the garlic flavor any stronger.
Okay.
In other news, that is actually the same way that I do pulled chicken as well. Right, like pulled and shredded
Just
chicken.
go and get a rotisserie chicken from the grocery store?
Because 9 times out of 10, you can buy a rotisserie chicken for like $3. It's pre-seasoned. It's usually pretty fucking juicy already. You just take it, pull it, and use it.
Yeah. I don't have the tools to rotisserie a chicken at my place, at least. Not easily. Not quickly.
I made chaladiets. We did a Russian feast for my last D&D night. So I made Olivier salad. I made chaladiets. I made pelmeni. I went out and I got, and then I got kvass and some other stuff, and chaladiets is it's shredded meat in gelatin, right? But it's meat gelatin around it, and it's like seasoned and stuff. And what I did was I went out, and my intention was I was originally going to do it out of chicken, but I found a package of like pulled pork at Sam's Club to use. And honestly, I wish I had just done pulled chicken. Because the pulled pork ended up having like such a strong barbecue flavor because it was pulled and then seasoned that the barbecue flavor kind of overtook the general sort of like garlic and savoriness I was going for in the recipe. And I wish I had just done a rotisserie chicken or 2.
I also probably used far more garlic in this than I think the recipe called for. Because
Honestly,
I figured you wouldn't care.
You could have used more.
Because the recipe only called for a certain amount. I'm like, no, I'm just going to use the entire
When you find a recipe online, if it is a white person recipe, quadruple the spices. Always.
I also added more broth than the recipe called for because I thought there wasn't a lot of broth for what was turning out to be a very dense soup.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I think it's still quite dense, and that's good, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I picked chicken soup because I knew chicken soup would be agreeable to you. I know you like yourself chicken soup.
Oh, I do. I love a good chicken soup. I am surprised you added the tomatoes.
Why wouldn't I?
You don't like raw tomatoes. That's it.
Yeah, I just can't eat a raw tomato. Like I eat cooked tomatoes. I love them in your chili, for example.
Yeah. Okay.
Hell, I can't even eat raw tomatoes on a burger. I just don't like eating raw tomatoes by themselves. Like I can't eat it like an apple.
Yeah, which is where we differ.
Yeah.
I love me a raw tomato. Oh, geez, yeah, go to bed. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Have a good one, Jens.
Bye.
What did you think today of the recording like this for the channel? Because obviously, like,
I think it went pretty well. I will say it was less tangential and irreverent than we normally are. I think because we were all trying to be very cautious of like what we said. Because sometimes like It's not just silences that I edit out sometimes we make like comments that are off color or
Like I would have made that off color joke I had thought about,
like
and you would have cooked like no you at this point you started saying it, say it.
Yeah, like things you do with your friends that you don't necessarily do in public, right? Like, so it was a little bit more subdued, I think, than our normal recordings are. But then I edit out the parts that we can't put. So
I also wonder if everyone's sitting on the floor tightly cramped together and not necessarily the most comfortable setup. Probably people were like, no, we want to move through our normal stuff a little quicker.
Possibly. Well, I also think Dragon Ball
is probably a good show to to test this with.
Yeah.
To test a live recording with, because it's fairly simple. It didn't require us to there wasn't a lot of tangents or a lot of real big chance at fights.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like, stick us like this on ReZero, and that podcast would probably get the channel demonetized altogether.
Definitely.
Because those ReZero discussions tend to get a little bit more
heated.
Yeah. Or this Dragon Ball was never something any of us were passionate about hard enough that we would have gone to war over it.
I mean, if someone had come in here and said that it was like one of the worst things I ever watched, I might have gone to war.
Nobody was going to say that.
I'm just saying, I might have. You know? Let's see. Yikes. I think that's good for me? Hi, Jack. I think that's it. Let me pull up the chat on my phone because I'm struggling to read it on there. Oh, Jack, no. Nice! That's good news for me. That's definitely good news for me. Did they divide up the who's doing images by what?
Oh, I don't know. I actually haven't taken that much of a look into the updates chat because I myself have to start getting to work on my update stuff.
Oh, did you see what I messaged them? I told them if they really wanted me to look at expression sheets, they could make a list and send it to you of who they wanted me to see the expression sheets from, and we'll do it as a segment. That's
probably the most dangerous part about this year's updates is that we have the full live Discord chat that they can post things in.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I think it should just stay a staple because it's easier to throw things in year up. My opinion, I don't know if chat will agree with me on this. I think what we should do with that updates chat is every year after we're done recording updates, purge it so that it doesn't clutter up, so people can. Like, obviously, it sucks that if there's any discussions going on in there, those would be lost. But it would keep it clean for us to be able to update as the year goes on and just be able to go from the top of the chat to the bottom when we do updates.
Yeah, it would be. Oh, yeah, no, Tacos and Frost did split it up. That's hilarious.
I'll put out the channel post here soon, probably after this stream is over or with the community post stream, which I have not done for this week yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of the community post stream, so what are you thinking for streaming this week?
I was actually going to come back tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomorrow evening, unless you want that slot. If you want that slot, take it.
I
figured you're recovering.
I was actually going to ask for Wednesday because I'll probably be feeling a fair bit better by Wednesday.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'll take Wednesday and then I won't be available for the rest of the week after that. So, well, I think Vorn and I are supposed to have a stream on Friday, and I think I should be able to do it at the normal time. I think we're doing Baldur's Gate at 4 again on Friday.
I'll collect times with you guys after the stream then before I post that up. But
yeah.
So you're thinking Wednesday? You thinking FGO, or are you thinking taking a break on that?
FGO.
I figured you wouldn't need the break because you're not reading.
So yeah.
Like even if you're still a little sick, you don't have to use your voice as much.
Yeah, it's more so that I feel the urge to get into Goddardammerung because right now my fastest way to earn quartz is to progress through the story. And I just spent a lot on Nito Alter and didn't get her, and there is a banner for Duryodhana next month.
Honestly,
in March,
having done FGO like no story reading streams, Goddardammerung is already a pretty damn short chapter.
Mm-hmm. And the chapter after it isn't a reading stream either.
Yeah, I think you could probably get Goddardammerung done in two moderately sized streams or one big stream, depending on how long you go.
That was my thought. I was kind of hoping that I could get it done in 2 streams and move on to Sin.
What's great is that actually gives you a full month to do etc. And if you have to push just a little bit past March to finish Yuga etc. Before you read for Atlantis Olympus, that's actually plenty of time.
No.
I guess you also have to do Sin or Oku. You have Oku, but Oku's reading only. I'm not making you play Oku.
Mm-hmm.
And technically there is Imaginary Scramble, but because it's again kind of so abnormal, I probably won't make you play that one either. Because Oku and Imaginary Scramble, which are both before Olympus, they were events first, but they were some of our most unique events. Where Oku was like dungeon diving, basically. It's like D&D dungeon crawling. And Imaginary Scramble is almost like playing Battleship, but removed from their events and their contexts. They're a little funky now. Up to you if you want to actually play them, but I just encourage just reading those ones.
Yeah. So, what month am I supposed to start Atlantis again?
In theory, you wanted to be through Anastasia by March, end of March.
Did I say end of March on Anastasia?
Not you, but remember I set out all those goals that you should try to hit if you want to hit things, everything by the time FGO finishes up. It was end of March for Anastasia, so that gives you plenty of time.
I'm well ahead on that.
Yeah, meaning if you can push through those other things by the end of February, even if you can get through the 3 things before Yugashetra, you'll have all of March to read Yugashetra, and you can probably take a little extra time to get through.
Was I supposed to start Atlantis in April?
You were supposed to start Atlantis by April.
Okay, that's why I was asking.
That said, I don't think you need the full time, but it is just to give you a little padding as well, because I don't know what breaks you'll need to take, especially if you have to take that summer break.
Yeah.
If you do digs in the summer, this entire schedule might need to accelerate or change, but...
Yeah, well, if I do digs in the summer, there might have to be a little bit of like, hey guys, the next like 2 streams, aren't going to happen, obviously, but maybe I'll still keep playing the game in my spare time. I'll just tell you what I'm thinking in chat.
Yeah, you would just
have to be something like that.
Something like Yugashetra or God or Damaran, you could easily skip through off stream. That's what I did when I was streaming these. Remember, I was streaming all J Peach streams?
Yeah,
I skipped everything from
that was an important question.
Prologue to Olympus.
So that was an important question that I forgot to ask before that I should have asked. What is sort of like, well, what is our, like, am I allowed to play God or Damarong off stream?
If you want.
Like, that's not, like, do people care if I do all of the gameplay on stream if I'm not reading the story? Or, like, could I, for example, like, just play it for an hour off stream one day and then just be like, hey, I'm through here or something and just pop up the next time on wherever I am? Because I wasn't sure what people wanted to see, and I'm doing this for the people, if nothing else. I don't mind keeping it to just stream.
Honestly, you playing just God or Damarong on stream, most of that's just going to be you sitting there and, like, outside of maybe some of the cooler, like, climactic bosses, you're not really missing that. It's going to be mostly like they're sitting and watching you grinding, and it's just you interacting with chat. That's what my FGO streams are. Which one?
Both. Because this one's empty.
Yeah, no, if you wanted to speed up even more by just taking a day and speeding through God or Damarong and Sin and just starting Yugashetra even earlier, you could.
Yeah.
You could get away with that.
Because I want to read Yugashetra on stream, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that I need to be at a certain point by a certain time, and there is like probably a greater than 60% chance I will be gone for a month in the summer this year again. I've
also given you a bit of excess time for Atlantis, Olympus, and Avalon the Fae, because those chapters are like, they're longer, and if you need to take breaks in the middle at all, they're gonna fuck you over more because they are so long. So I did give you wiggle room. I set the schedule specifically so that you were not on a like I need to stream every day the maximum possible amount of time per week, where you can take off weeks.
Hi puppy. Okay, that makes sense then. I'm a little less worried about timing now. I don't know, I'd kind of forgotten the original goal, so I was like, for some reason I had it in my head that I was supposed to be done with Anastasia in January, and I was already a little behind. And I was like, ooh, how much can I rush through God or Damarong? Yeah. Yeah, no, you can, if you want to. I think, here's the thing, if you want to get ahead on this, rushing through God or Damarong and Sin, or Sin, you could even just do one of them, would put you a little bit extra ahead, because you're going to have less opportunities for that as the game goes on until you hit the ordeal calls. Yeah. Because I know, like, we're reading Atlantis, we're reading Avalon, we're reading...
Nahui McLawn.
Yeah.
And that's 4 big chapters you're reading. Like, one of them is a 2-parter, Atlantis Olympus. One of them, Avalon the Fate, is the size of basically 2.5 to 3 FGO chapters, and Nahui McLawn's about the size of 2 FGO chapters.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
okay, that makes more sense, man. We really demolished those cookies, man.
I have more.
That's fair. I think it was mostly me too. I've probably been through like 6 of them so far.
I had like 3 or 4 today. One of them was before you guys got here because it was broken.
Yeah.
So, anything come up recently? I know Tea Time Chat. This is a very abnormal Tea Time Chat because it's live recorded with other stuff. But anything?
Yeah, I suppose we're into Tea Time Chat now officially because we're discussing FGO randomly.
Yeah. How
so
the Olympics?
Did
I know.
did you? Were you? Did you hear my rants on Saturday?
Yes, I heard those rants.
I'm so fucking mad. Okay, so did you hear my entire rant about why I hated the copyright situation that's
Yes,
going on?
I
Okay.
was making those cookies while listening to you make that rant.
I would love to hear your opinion about this, right? Because this is something that, like, is currently not living, but, like, violently taking over my head rent-free, is my level of hatred for the way that the U.S. copyright system works, in that 2 people were able to sue a company, and now I cannot access the Olympics through the only medium that I have to access it in the U.S. that I have to pay for, and I have to watch ads even though I'm paying for it.
So I have a few different like perspectives on this rant. The first perspective I had was this rant was hilarious to listen to because it's not for a video that's gone up yet on the channel because we just recorded it, but you had another copyright or like in that same realm rant like not even an hour beforehand in one of our recordings. And it was like, oh man, you're really raging against the machine today.
Yeah.
But in terms of like my actual perspective on the copyright issue of the Olympics, I did hear about. I was hearing about that through you. I think it's shitty that it's affecting the product that they're able to put out at the Olympics. I don't understand, and I don't know if this is an issue from the copyright holder's perspective or if this is an issue of the people involved. I don't understand why they couldn't take an extra half a day to meet with the copyright holder or to negotiate with them for licensing on that song if it was going to be that, if they realized it was that big of an issue.
Especially when you know the Olympics are only going to be live on Peacock for the 2 weeks that the Olympics are running, and then they're removed.
I also think that if you're going to, like, especially for figure skating, if the Olympics are going to be allowing these music tracks to be used, the Olympics should, as a matter of broadcast, have everybody provide the songs they're going to use ahead of time and have to get approval on them where they check it with the copyright holder.
So that's the thing, right?
I know it was sampling.
Well, no, but this is the thing about the way that figure skating works, right? These people don't design programs for the Olympics. These are the same programs they've been competing for the entire figure skating season so far. So these same tracks have been shown at multiple international competitions over the course of the season. In fact, there was a different athlete who was told by the Olympics that his first 2 choices of music would not be allowed to play during the Olympics because of issues, I think specifically with like Disney or something for one of them, and something else for the other, right? And so he had to skate under a different music with an altered program, right? So like he was told in advance that his choice of music would not be accepted. I think because like his first program uses, I think it was something from Disney, and then his second one used Dune as the inspiration. So it used some of the Dune instrumentals and stuff, and obviously there's some copyright issues there because it's very recent and stuff. But like it's the Olympics, and because the Olympics, it's like international TV. But the other competitions that these musics are used in are also broadcast internationally. I have been watching these competitions all season, and it's never been an issue until now.
Yeah, but I think someone at the Olympic level probably should have been able to clear that ahead of time.
Yeah.
And if this was a last minute thing, then there's another issue here, and it should never have become a last minute thing. Because one of the most well-known vultures when it comes to copyright is the music industry.
Mm-hmm.
In the music industry is fucking brutal about copyright, and they always have been, like more so than any other industry.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a large part of this where I'm like, okay, you should have negotiated this ahead of time, and even if you didn't even if it caught you a bit by surprise, it shouldn't have, because you're playing with the music industry, especially the American and Japanese music industries.
Mm-hmm.
Those two in particular, it's almost like, oh, however did why did the cookies go missing when Cookie Monster was right there? It's like, obviously that was going to happen if you aren't going to do your due diligence.
But what if you're a European skater?
No, I don't think it's on the skaters. I think it's on the Olympic Committee.
I agree. I think this is part of like an Olympic organization. There should be, because the thing is, these skaters know their programs well in advance. So what they should do is they should be able to tell the Olympic Committee which programs they're going to use, and then the Olympic Committee needs. And here's the thing: so skaters are responsible for making sure that they can use their music in competitions. There is actually a culture in figure skating of, if you are using things, you want to use something with a copyright or like a copyright claim on it, you do have to get permission. Right? Like, especially at high level competing. So a lot of these skaters have, written to companies, like talked to people individually, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it's very collaborative. And so, like, I think that there is an onus on the Olympics, right? And Peacock, right, as the person streaming the Olympics to so many people around the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
To double check their work. You know what I mean? Because, yeah, maybe you are a European skater and you contacted the European rights holder for this song, right? And maybe the European rights holder and its use in Europe is different copyright, like, systematically, than its use in the US or something like that. And so when it's broadcast in the US, it's a problem. But when it's broadcast in Europe, it's not. But should Peacock not take that on as part of their burden to be able to stream these events effectively and allow people to view them throughout the Olympic period, as needing to double check that work?
And here's the other thing. If it's actually an issue in only one territory,
Mm-hmm.
this isn't a speech being given by these skaters. It sucks that it had to be cut, but why couldn't, if it's going to be a copyright issue, Peacock just on the American broadcast?
Cut, like, the one or two skaters that you have an issue with.
Not even cut them. You could literally just cut the track and keep only the commentary.
Yeah, you could.
That's something I could
possible.
do in OBS if
Yeah.
we have background music.
Exactly. It's possible.
I can cut the source, like, of a video I'm watching. That's how every React streamer ever has to skirt around copyright if they want to avoid the music industry, is just cut the music track or cut the audio track of the video you're watching altogether. That's how we did the Strange Fake reaction about 2 years ago, or how I did it about 2 years ago, is I blurred the video and cut the audio.
Yeah. It's so infuriating and frustrating to have something like that happen, because, it just disrupts the way and I know that it's only one event. Like, I know that it's just figure skating, but I'd like everyone to keep in mind here that some of the biggest draws for the Winter Olympics are figure skating, right? Like, speed skating is not as internationally popular as figure skating, right? Like, don't get me, I watch a lot of Olympic events, right? Especially Winter Olympic events, and I love them all, but they are not equally represented in popularity across the world, right? Like, the majority of people were probably here for figure skating and not skeleton, for example, right? Like, in terms of your viewership, especially with how much they've been hyping up some of the American skaters all over, Like, Ilya Malinin is one of, like, the head images across, like, every one of their Olympic advertising committee, like programs in the U.S. And to not be able to, like, rewatch his programs, right? That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. It's not fair. And you can't just say, oh, just watch one of his programs from earlier this season. No. Every performance in something like skate, in any sport, every performance is different. Even if you do the exact same thing twice in a row, it's not going to be exactly the same twice in a row. Look at what happened to him in the team event when he skated the same program versus the singles free skate event where he skated the same program. One of those, he earned the U.S. team a gold medal. The other one, he dropped out of the top 5 skaters, right, after being in the lead. And that's not his fault, right? But it goes to say that you can't just say, oh, just go watch one of his earlier routines if you're curious about what it looked like, because that's not his Olympic routine on ice. That's what he did for, like, I don't know, 4 continents or whatever last month. It's ridiculous. All that is to say, I mean, I'm glad I can still watch most of the Olympic events, but it's really pissing me off. And also, I see Froshard made that comment about the dick doping issue. That is actually not a thing. It was blown way out of proportion. So there was this rumor going around that some of the skiers who do like the ski jump, what they were doing is that they were taking genitalia enhancing injections before getting fitted for their ski suits, so that it offered them more space in the crotch that they would then use as a sail in the process of jumping and catching air.
For the amount of effort and like work that goes into that, I honestly would be like, yeah.
It was a rumor, but I believe nothing has been pursued about it. I think the Olympics, in fact, responded and said, we'll investigate it if we get a credible report of something like this happening. And then, of course, there's the fact that... So, did you hear about the Canadian curling team? So, the Canadian curling team is so well known for cheating in the same way at, like, every tournament that, like, some of the other teams are, like, practically setting up sting operations to try to catch them out doing it at the Olympics. And it is actually infuriating for the majority of people watching curling. Then there was the dude... So, I think he was Swiss. So, Lagren, I think was his name, Swiss. Anyways, so he and one of his countrymen won, I think, gold and bronze in one of the ski events, right? And here's the thing. I'll tell you what he did, and then I'll tell you what his teammate who won gold was planning to do. So they had their podium interviews, right? And when he was interviewed, I think one of the interviewers asked him something about like what he wishes could be happening right now, or like what does this mean for him? And he, on live international Olympic TV, admitted that he was sad that he cheated on his girlfriend and broken up with her because
told me about that
because
one.
he really wished he could share this moment with her. This was not something that people really knew about. But the thing is, on the podium interview, right, so the most of the attention should be on the person who has the gold, right? So he says this, he got bronze. This goes mega viral, right? The focus of the entire event is him. Now, what his teammate had planned on saying on the podium was his teammate had planned on memorializing a shared friend of the two of them, another Swiss skier who was supposed to go to the Olympics who died tragically 2 months before. So anyways, dude was like forced to like publicly apologize to like the entirety of, I think it was the Swiss delegation and like all the other Swiss athletes, including the person whose thunder he stole, who got the gold in that event, who was less popular than his viral moments about cheating on his girlfriend. And the poor dude, like his girlfriend, like somebody even went and contacted his ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, this entire thing was just a sympathy bait.
Yeah, and she was like, this is rough. Like, this is not a good situation for me, and I wish that he wasn't dropping my name like this. Like, buddy, this is not the place to admit this sort of thing.
Like, even if it was, even if it did come off as sweetly as he thought it did, at the end of the day, that's putting public pressure on her.
Yeah.
It's a bit bullshit. I'm gonna be honest here. Outside of the stuff you've told me, the only other thing I've heard about the Olympics is that there was a condom shortage in the Olympic Village.
Yeah, they ran out on day 3. But to be fair, I could have told you they were going to run out on day 3 because they only passed out 30,000. Do you know how many condoms they passed out at the Paris Olympics?
How many?
300,000. Like, granted, the Summer Olympics had, I think, something like 10,000 athletes, and the Winter Olympics only has about 2,000 athletes, but 30,000 was not going to be enough.
What you're saying is we're about to have a lot of Olympic babies.
Well, the head of the Milan and Cortina Olympic Villages has assured people that new condoms are on their way and will be available shortly. Safety is of the utmost concern, he says.
If I may comment here, the fact that you're already running out now is already a problem. It doesn't take a full week for this to happen. It takes one night and a little bit of alcohol.
I was going to say, we still have a week of the Olympics left. We've still got a lot of days and a lot of events left, boys and girls. Like, that is not a good way to start. That's rough, buddy. My mom and I watched pair skating last night, so we got to watch the short. I think the free program is tomorrow, so. Or actually, I think the free program's happening today, and we'll watch it tomorrow, so. I'm trying to stay up to date on them, because I know they're going to disappear after a certain amount of time, so I have to watch them which is really crimping my ability to plan things. Because I have to set aside my evenings to watch these with Mom, specifically during the week when we're both busy. So that's something. Outside of that, I mean, we have a new chocolate muffin guy. It's the tiramisu man. I don't know if you remember Christensen. He was a summer athlete, and in the Paris Village, he made this huge online brand around these chocolate muffins that this one company made and served in the village that were apparently actually to die for, right? He basically made it his whole brand for the whole Olympics, just eating tons of them and hiding them away and gathering them by the dozens. He Ziploc bagged 2 of them and flew them home with him. It even went to the point where the company that made him sent him a box of them after the Olympics with a note being we know that you will miss our muffins. So we have a new version of him, the tiramisu man, who's doing the same thing with the Olympic tiramisu.
I am sure that's a hilarious story. There's a part of me that's cynical, yeah, how much you want to bet some of this was contracted ahead of time?
Possibly, but also my favorite part about this is Christensen flew himself down to Milan and he's been trying to get access to the Olympic Village to try the tiramisu, which is the better part of this. So I really hope that an athlete smuggles a helping of tiramisu out to Christensen and lets him eat it. And I need the video reaction to this happening, because I think that'll be the greatest collaboration we've seen this year. So that'll be a lot of fun. Lindsey Vonn got herself a ticket to the Olympics, and then turns out she tore her ACL the week before the Olympics, and she went down hard not because of her ACL, something else went wrong down her run on the slope 13 seconds in, but she ended up I think she's on her 3rd reconstruction surgery in her knee right now because of it. She tore everything else around it when she went down, so it's not ideal for her. It's end of her Olympic journey, and also probably, I mean, she was already nearing retirement, already going into retirement. To be honest, I personally think that she should have allowed someone younger to take a spot on the team, and not chosen to go back for another Olympics. But you know what? I've never been in the position of being an athlete who could qualify for the Olympics, but was already getting on in years, and I'm sure that is, being able to go to another Olympics has got to be one of the greatest things of your life. So I'm sure I'm sure she enjoyed going, despite whether or not she did particularly well in her event, even though it may have long-lasting consequences on her health.
Have you ever seen the movie Cars?
What part?
The Doc Hudson, the car that did that last race and went out and just a horrific wreck.
Yeah.
That's what that reminds me
of. A little bit. But I do hope that she recovers.
Yeah.
It's a horrific injury, and I hope she recovers from it. I am... oh my god. Women's hockey, American women's hockey is fucking curb stomping the entire bracket. I think as of today, the U.S. women's hockey team posted the longest shutout in Olympic history. Games they've had without allowing a single other country to make a goal against them. I think it's 5 games in a row now. And to be fair, I think the goalie for the U.S. Olympic women's hockey team, her fucking goal save percentage is above 90%. That's almost unheard of, to block over 90% of goals ever taken against you. She is a beast. The U.S. women's hockey team is fantastic, phenomenal. I was discussing this with Mom. The funny thing is, so the NHL imports talent from all over the world, right? So so our men's hockey league, we have a lot of really good American hockey players, but the NHL signs people from Canada, from Russia, from Switzerland, from Latvia, from Norway, from Denmark. The men's draft imports good players from all over the world. American women's professional hockey exports American female hockey players around the world. We have so many good American female hockey players that we don't have enough teams to keep them all employed on like salaries that would allow them to be professional athletes. So we actually export our female hockey players around the world to other teams, right? Like the Chinese women's team, European women's teams. And it is showing in the fucking Olympics that we are dominating in our brackets. Surprisingly, I mean, Canada's good at them. Canada's sort of favored to dominate men's hockey, but the American men's team is doing a pretty damn good job right now. So I think there'll be some serious competition, but keep in mind, I think something like 50% of the Canadian men's hockey team plays in the NHL, right? And like at least 2 to 5 players on like the Latvian, the Czechia, the Finnish, and the Swedish teams, and are in the NHL, right? So it's like, I'm watching men's hockey, and on every team there's faces I know from watching the NHL. I'm watching women's hockey, and it's mostly just the American women's team that I know. But hockey's fun. I think the other fun thing about hockey is in the Olympics, you're actually not supposed to fight in hockey.
Yeah,
but it's really funny when you see like the American men's team out there, because you can really tell on ice when some dude like turns around after like a play happens and goes to like instinctually like turns to start a fight and then has to physically stop himself and move away. Like the actual restraint that these men are exercising is hilarious.
I'm not gonna lie, it feels like a losing battle to tell the hockey players not to fight. Like hockey is like, it's like the opposite of golf being a gentleman's sport. Like the expectation is not that you go out there and you're like, you're going out there and you're probably throwing hands. Like it's one step short of boxing.
It's because NHL and AHL has like a lot of rules. So there are a lot of rules in hockey around fights, like when fights are allowed, what you have to do, etc. European hockey, and which goes by the Olympic hockey rules, doesn't actually allow fighting, not properly. So the focus is supposed to be more on actual like speed and technique and teamwork and plays and stuff, and less on the violence of the sport, which is incredibly European of them, but not very television friendly, to be honest.
Like, I'm gonna be honest, you're like, part of the appeal of hockey is
the punching and the yelling and the checking. And I mean, checking is still allowed. It's just you can't like drop gloves and scrum in the middle of a game. Like you will actually just get ejected for the rest of the game. There's no penalty box for fighting. It's a game ejection at the Olympics, which, I mean, you know, if you're very confident in some of your players, and let's say you wanted to like be a little more confident in the players left on the ice on the opposing team side, you could say send a couple of your less good players who are perhaps very large out first and have them get into fights and get ejected from the game and try to like stretcher some of the players on the other team. But I'm pretty sure that's unsportsmanlike and unethical.
Do it, America. Take names.
I'm just saying it's possible, but you shouldn't.
No prisoners.
Well, I think the Olympics is just hoping that when the U.S. and Canada face each other, it's not gonna be like the fucking like North American champion. Did you hear about the North American Championship game? I think the first fight penalty was called within 2 seconds of the first puck drop, because the Canadian hockey players laughed at the anthem when it was playing for the American hockey players, and so the first 2 people they sent out onto ice, right, dropped the puck, dropped gloves, and started punching. Like immediately. Like hands down immediately.
Look, personally speaking, I think fights should just be incorporated into hockey's rules. Don't let them do it out on the ice. No, instead what you do is you drop 2 players dedicated to the fight that are also really good hockey players. Like this is like a team captain sort of deal. You drop basically your best players into a boxing ring that gets wheeled out onto the ice for a bit. Have them go at it, and one knocks each other out. Congratulations, there was a fight. Officially handled by the league, and then whichever player is left standing can participate in the game. There you go. You get the energy out of you give the team's violent energy out ahead of time.
Oh, Jesus. No, my favorite part about the NHL allowing fights in inside the games, right, is watching the players try to stop themselves from joining in on the fight, because if 2 people go off the ice, team is still relatively matched, because you can't pull in a new player if someone goes off to the sin bin, right? You actually have to skate with less players on the ice. So it's very funny watching players decide, is this insult big enough for a bunch of us to scrum and all of us to get the penalty box and leave like 3 people on the ice? Or is this small enough that we can just let the 2 scrum in the middle and we'll stand around the outside in a loose circle commentating about the fight until they're done, and then we'll keep playing the game?
I personally think they should only leave 2 players on the ice, so they're playing effective air hockey.
Well, I mean, picture this. Half the team gets into fights, right? Everyone who's in the fight is ejected, right? So what happens when the only people left on ice are a goalie on one side and 2 players, and not the goalie on the other side because the goalie joined the fight? Well, that's not good.
Well, I think the goalie should never join the fight. Everyone else, though.
No, goalie fights are the best, Knick-Knack.
No, you leave the goalies out. The goalies can just pass the puck back and forth.
Speaking of someone who's seen video of a goalie skating just a little bit forward during a power play, taking a fucking puck and shooting it across the entire arena to make a goal, that shit's metal as fuck. But anyways, we should move on from the Olympics, because otherwise I'm just gonna be in sports mode all day.
Well, in recent weeks there were a couple big video game presentations. The first one was an absolute flop. The Nintendo did normally around this time of year, Nintendo expects to do a big blowout of their first half of the year's titles that are dropping. They didn't do that. Instead, they decided to hold off on that and put out a direct that was it's just about basically third parties releasing their title on the Switch. So you get a lot of indie games, you get a lot of big third party releases, and these aren't nothing, because these are still big game studios. And then pretty much nothing of consequence gets announced. It's all just showing off new trailers for the same ports people already knew were coming, and a lot of this is ports, not new third party releases. So Nintendo kind of drops the ball early on, and then Sony, who has a history of putting out really, really shitty video game presentations, like no one goes into these things with expectations.
Yeah. Didn't they do a really good job?
Yeah, they did a pretty good job. It did have some weak points, but it definitely had better pacing, and there were some actually big things to discuss. Like what you saw.
Because that's where the Castlevania got announced, right? The new Castlevania. And something else you were telling me about? Oh, the God of War thing.
Yeah.
The God of War thing. The remake? It's a remake of the original game, right?
Yeah, so that's about what you would expect out of one of the better Sony presentations normally, is the announcement of a big ongoing project years out. Normally what they show off is pretty weak, but this time they had a relatively good balance. Konami in particular with Castlevania, and then with stuff on Metal Gear Solid, and they even showed off what looked like a pretty good JRPG, or an interesting looking JRPG. They came out swinging, which is crazy, because Konami for the longest time as a video game dev were kind of just non-existent. They just stopped producing games for a long time. So to have that much substantial come out of that presentation for Konami is huge.
Okay. That makes some sense.
It's a rarity that you have Sony manage a video game presentation better than Nintendo does. Because even some of Nintendo's worst are still miles on the way, typically better than Sony's.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, history speaks to itself. PlayStation and Sony haven't really had a whole lot of, Sony exclusive, like PlayStation exclusive stuff lately. They've had some stuff come out, but it's largely been shared across multiple platforms, which sort of limits its success in the PlayStation environment if you can get it anywhere else at the same time. Some stuff for you. I'm not as...
A new .hack game was announced? Interesting. I've not actually played the .hack games. I don't know much about the franchise. I just know that it was if I'm not wrong, .hack was kind of seen as like the proto Sword Art Online by a lot of people in the anime sphere.
Not me. That's one half Prince for me.
I'm so happy that Castlevania is back, though. Castlevania has really, really sat in this really odd limbo where its most recent games were mostly on handheld consoles, and they didn't really have any modern console games or anything of HD to show off outside of like they had a reboot series that's kind of part of that mid-2000s trend of let's make everything realistic, grimdark, and edgy.
Hate that.
The games were supposed to be all right. They're I think they follow in the God of War sort of era of action game design, like the original trilogy God of War era. But not necessarily the most representative titles of the rest of the franchise up to that point. Yeah, they did imply there's a lot more Castlevania coming for the 40th anniversary, whether it be games or other project announcements. I actually expect, knowing that it's the 40th anniversary, they're probably going to with these anniversary, like when they're building up to announcements for anniversary, typically they're talking about multimedia stuff, or it's multimedia and also product oriented. I'm sure there's going to be some Japanese only products announced for Castlevania, but the potential for a new collection to get announced is pretty high. I would be shocked if they didn't announce a new season of the anime, if they're trying to bring back or if they're trying to capitalize on the popularity that the anime brought. To jumpstart the franchise again. I do expect we'll see a fair amount of Castlevania related announcements over the next year. Yes. The new Belmont might be Sonia Belmont. We don't know for certain, but it could be Sonia Belmont, who was she's a non-canon Belmont from an old Game Boy game.
That's what someone said in chat.
So yeah, that was interesting. What if they made an anime?
Sorry, Sonia?
No, it's Soma Cruz.
Oh.
So Castlevania games eventually do get far enough to where they start hitting the modern day, like the 2000s, and even further in the future. Honestly, I'm 90% sure that's where they're going to go if they do another series after Nocturne. Next is going to be into the modern day stuff.
Well, they did skip pretty far forward for Nocturne.
Yeah,
so.
They skipped the original game era for Nocturne. So if they do another time skip, they're probably going to skip straight to the modern day with the Soma Cruz stuff, because that is kind of the Castlevania does kind of have an ending right now, and it is kind of in that modern day era.
I'm really quickly gonna send to the fanfiction chat that one fanfiction author that I recommended when we were doing the Reacts video.
Sorry, it's the 2030s, Tacos. Sorry.
Tacos, it might hurt you to be aware of this fact, but the 2030s actually isn't very far from now.
No.
We're over the halfway point.
So yeah, we're that does feel like the logical place to end the Castlevania anime, or end the project as it currently stands, is to do an adaptation of the Soma Cruz games. Though I'm pretty sure we're going to continue with Nocturne if they're going to do at least one more season of Nocturne. They did leave a lot of loose hanging threads at the end of the last season. The Sorrow games, they're very good Metroidvanias. I played a little bit of the first one. I really liked that first one when I played. I just didn't go back to it too much. We could get Julius. We could always go back to Julius. Oh wait, no. Julius was the 1999. Yeah, people really want a game set in 1999. Because that's a big date right now.
Jesus.
You all right?
Yeah, I just sometimes when you start coughing, it's very hard to stop. Because you're constantly causing your throat to be re-aggravated. So I'm trying very hard not to keep coughing, but there's a consistent tickle, and I really want to keep coughing, but it's just gonna make it worse.
Is there anything going on right now with One Piece? I think, wasn't there a live action trailer put out not that long ago?
Oh yeah, recently.
How's that looking to you?
Good. I mean, it's the new season, and it looks really good. Put that in the chat there. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I actually didn't watch the trailer deliberately. I've seen like a few images from it, but I deliberately didn't watch it. I don't want to see it right now. I'd like to just go into the season with very little foreknowledge. Like, I already know who's cast for like what, but like, and I've seen like the first look images of a lot of the characters, but I would like to just experience it firsthand when we get to the season. So I actually haven't looked at the full trailer. Just seen a couple clips, smaller stuff that pops up.
Something interesting Marvel was announced recently. Amazon and Sony are doing a live action series about Spider Noir. Oh
yeah, I remember you mentioning that.
Yeah, and it doesn't look bad actually. I don't want to say it looks good because it's way too early to tell, but like they have the tone right for doing like an old school noir setting. So it's looking promising at least.
Yeah. Tacos, if the Alabasta saga is gonna be split into two halves, the most logical place to split it would be to cover from Reverse Mountain up to when they get to Alabasta, right? And then just the Alabasta portion. I have never been so hydrated. I've gone through one water bottle. I'm going through a second water bottle. I've had a lot of tea.
Lots of tea.
Oh yeah. I forgot they still have to do Logtown.
Yeah, we're technically not done with East Blue yet.
But I still think so. We know Chopper's coming in season 2. So in theory, you do Logtown and Reverse Mountain. You do like the Whiskey Peak, Little Garden stuff, and then Chopper. And then right after Chopper, it's getting to Alabasta. So you end on Chopper, getting to Alabasta. And then Alabasta is its own season. The split still works.
I can't wait to see Laboon.
Laboon! Ace! Yes, I'm very excited to see Ace. I wonder if they're going to... So, I know that, with the live action, the story is kind of being rewritten, right? Characters are coming in earlier, things are happening with different people. I wonder how that's going to affect Ace's character, right? So, talking pre-time skip, right? That video went up recently, right? Where we're talking about... And one of the things that was brought up in the video is that it's hard to... Ace and Whitebeard feel like they're such sad, integral parts of the story, but because we see Ace so little, it's hard to connect to him in that way. We feel more akin with Luffy's sadness than we do sadness for Ace himself, right? So I wonder if Oda maybe wants to try to make Ace a little bit more of a present character. Like, I could see Ace being more present in the live action to give sort of like more...
Wouldn't be the first time he did that. He did that to Garp in the first season.
Well, and I think with the live action, you're having to cut out so many characters, right? So, because that's what's happening. Like, a lot of characters are being cut out, and some characters are having their roles, like, doubled up, right? In a lot of ways. So, I think Ace would be a prime character to sort of restructure how often he's in the show. Because if you only have so many characters and you want to create an emotional story, right? The best way to still do Ace's plotline is to... Yeah, people, like, we know that, spoilers for One Piece, we know that he's gonna die, but let's create even more of an emotional connection to him, shown through the story, right, over the next couple of seasons. And then it will be significantly different for kind of like that emotional punch when it happens. I could see Ace being a character that they can really, really fuck around with a little bit, right? You know, slide him into, like, assign him some roles that other people may have originally had during the show, keep him around for longer, have him pop up a little bit more often. Yeah.
You know, I just realized this is the first Tea Time chat in months.
It is. The last one was December 15th.
Like, last time
because I used the same thumbnail template, So I see the date from the last one, and it was the 15th of December, right before you left.
Like last Tea Time Chat, Strange Fake didn't exist. This Tea Time Chat, Strange Fake exists.
Yeah.
That's how long it's been.
Pretty sure I made a joke during the last Tea Time Chat about not believing that Strange Fake would actually exist in January. Like, I think I genuinely made that joke. And I stood by it until more than one episode came out. I was like, until I see a concerted, regular release, I refuse to believe it.
We have yet to have a production delay announcement.
Yep. I had exactly as much faith as was warranted, Tacos. Exactly as much faith as was earned by that show.
But yeah, it's coming out now, and it's...
And I have not seen it because I'm going to wait for you to put it in the hat when it's done.
Yep. Actually, in other Strange Fake news, separate from the anime, the final volume of the light novel finally it's going to release this year.
Oh, finally.
So once that gets translated, we'll probably just do the back half of the light novels all at once.
Yeah.
Probably just in time, like get that done just before season 2 comes out for Strange Fake.
That'd be good. I gotta bio break.
All right, I'll take over. Centralize myself on camera here.
Centralize yourself.
Oh, that ED though. ED is... The volume isn't done yet, and the season will probably end in fire. Star Wars Racer? I don't know yet. That was a good trailer though. The Star Wars. I love the Star Wars Racer trailer. I'm gonna have to give that a look though. Talks. I don't really understand what you mean by the volume isn't done yet. So season because they did announce that the volume is coming out this year. At this point, presumably, if they put that announcement, they're in the final stages of finishing that volume up. So, and they did announce this is the final volume. So, we will be getting that volume. I believe it was announced for this year. Arc Bumpy Roos. I need to look at the characters in Star Wars Racer because I will probably pick that up. It looks really high quality, and I don't even have any like because I never played the original Pod Racer game that everyone loves. I'm going to be so curious to see what they do with Watcher. I have no idea what direction they're taking that character. But then again, I don't, from what I understand, neither do most people. It will be kind of the end of an era with Strange Fake, like, finishing up, the light novel series finishing up. Because that series has been coming out since I got into Fate. I know it took like multiple hiatuses, but that series has been a consistent like white whale of experiencing with Fate. I read the manga on a pirating site like a long time ago. Before that pirating site proceeded to shut itself, that wasn't even copyrighted. They shut themselves down out of moral consideration, which is kind of hilarious to me. But at the same time, I'm sitting there like, oh, well, fuck. now I can't keep reading it here, and then I just didn't keep up with it. And I guess the manga adaptation has been pretty slow coming for a long time. So. To FGO after Strange Fake ends? Who knows? Because I don't know what their collab plans are going to be with Strange Fake. There are way too many servants that could be released in Strange Fake, and what servants get released for a collab just comes really far down to how far is that anime adaptation before they drop the servants. Or do they even care about the anime adaptation on their schedule of dropping the servants? Which you'd think they would, because this collab is typically done to market the anime, or the anime is where they're supposed to feed each other people. So you don't really want to spoil anime fans. You don't want to spoil people you're funneling into Strange Fake, which is kind of where some of these other collabs in FGO have gotten in trouble. Like, you get, like, Samurai Remnant recently is a good example of this, where in order to make it more palatable for people that haven't played Samurai Remnant, and in order to keep it from spoiling those people, what they did is they remained very, very, very vague about a certain event at the end of Samurai Remnant, but that was also integral to the story. So in a lot of ways, it meant the story to be written around the dancing around of that subject, which did which did take some of the narrative punch away from some of that. So I can see a world where they try to dance around that kind of stuff. At the same time, it's rough, because then you have other situations like they straight up spoiled Requiem before Volume 2 released, but also those plot twists weren't that huge and were kind of predictable based off volume. It's complicated. It is complicated with these collabs, but it's hard. I don't really know how they're going to sort of pull it together for a collab unless they wait for the end, but I don't think they'd want to wait for an end. They're probably going to want to drop it this year. Yeah, the cast is too large to drop them all at once at the collab. Which then begs the question, do you focus on the popular characters from Strange Fake, or do you focus on the characters who really have no other opportunity but a Strange Fake collab to be added? So characters like Sigma, Ayaka, Flat, those characters are not characters that you probably add in any other contexts, but they are characters intrinsically tied to fate, but they're also probably not the most popular characters, because I have a feeling if you were to pull around what characters the community wants added in an FGO collab, it's probably something like Alcides, Hippolyta, maybe even those two come to the top of my head, are like the Strange Fake Jack. See, that's one direction you go at. Sigma being a welfare like Iori. It'll be fascinating to see what direction they go with it. It will. That's my thought. If they wanted to add Strange Fake Jack, they probably would add it using Flat as the sprite, and then maybe one of the future sprites has some of his other stuff. Oh, these pants are damaged. Damn it. It's one less pair of jeans I have. Potentially welfare Sigma, Alcides, and Prelati. There's a part of me, though, that wonders if they would do Sigma. Sigma is very late into the anime made a character, and while he is one of the main characters, I also feel like he is not going to be as associated with the anime as someone like Flat. It's weird, because I think the Whispers from Dawn in episode 1 really dictate the perception that Strange Fake has as far as like what feels like Strange Fake, even if not all those characters end up being that prevalent for the bulk of the series. To be an update, we covered Strange Fake Ishtar in our Ishtar video. We actually did cover Strange Fake Ishtar. So not T.H.E. I don't think T.H.E. has a high chance of being added to FGO, but Ayaka in particular is one of those. It depends on at what point are they going to do the collab characters. It definitely comes down to at what point are they doing that collab, and what are their writing intentions with it. I don't remember if it was before or after her stat listing drop, but I don't think the stat listing makes a substantial enough difference to really try to fold more Strange Fake, especially because Seki's reading Strange Fake too. She's read volumes 1 through 5. I don't see much of a point in adding just doubling down on Strange Fake Ishtar and updates. Sure, there might be a couple details we didn't have before, but the vast bulk of it just wouldn't be that different from what we covered then is probably what we would still cover now. Just maybe there would be a stat sheet that Seki pays half a second attention to. really they would have to add her as playable in FGO, or we would have to have some big new revelation about the nature of her character. And honestly, I think the biggest revelation about the nature of Strange Fake Ishtar, some of the stuff Strange Fake Ishtar did, comes from FGO right now. Like the I don't want to spoil it here, but the big twist of the finale of FGO actually makes some of Strange Fake Ishtar's actions make a lot more sense in retrospect. But again, that's not something that really we can cover in the scope of an updates. Not particularly well, anyways. What if they have Berserker Humbaba? I would love to see them add Berserker Humbaba. But Berserker Humbaba is one of those servants that almost you could get away with holding them off until a later date, probably. Like, I can actually see them holding off on Berserker Humbaba in favor of other servants, because such a late addition to the cast. Not the single most, not a fair, as far as I'm seeing, not a crazy important character, at least in those first 5 volumes that I've read. I genuinely think they'd probably hold Berserker Humbaba off for a later date, unless they either hold Berserker Humbaba off to a later date or release Humbaba earlier in advance. Like, the only reason Humbaba would be introduced into the Strange Fate collab other than that is if it was that important to the story, and the author pushed for it. But they typically they act, to my understanding at least, the way FGO stories are written pretty much across the board are they actually write the stories around what servants they're given. Now, they can do other fun stuff like do NPCs based off of what story is given, but typically they decide the servants ahead of time and then the story is written. This is why you get stuff like characters that the authors particularly like being folded in, even if they aren't playable. So like Chiemon, for example, is a good example of this in the Samurai Remnant collab. That author loves Chiemon and wants Chiemon to be a playable character in FGO. That was in an interview a while back. But then when you get to the FGO collab, Chiemon was not included, probably because the intention was never to have Chiemon be a playable servant in FGO with the collab. The collab was written around having Yui, Ushigozen, Takeru, and Iori. And then that was given to the author who wrote the story, and then included Chiemon because they like Chiemon a lot. So they added the NPC sprite, but there was no battle sprite, so they used assets. Yeah, Humbaba's a big enough character that can be tied into other stuff. If you want my opinion on what, like, servants, not counting the masters, are tied enough to Strange Fake, I can see a world where they're like, this could potentially be their only chance to be added. Alcides and False Hassan, or the Zealot, the False Assassin. Those two, in my opinion, are there's not a lot of reason or context the Zealot less than Alcides. Alcides is so tied to Strange Fake and is such a fan such a fan requested character that I saw a lot for a long time. I almost think even if Alcides is not the single most important Strange Fate character, Alcides could slip in because it's such a big fan demand. The Zealot is like approaching that too, because I think while the Zealot is not as popular as Alcides, story-wise, I don't know that there's a lot of opportunity to find an excuse to get Zealot in, because you don't get a lot of Hassan-focused stories, so you'd just be adding another Hassan, basically, and I don't know if they'd have much interest in doing that. Do I think the Zealot's getting added in the collab? I don't know. I think there's other characters they might want to add more, but... And then there's characters like Hippolyta, who is becoming who, to my understanding, is a pretty important character to the story, but doesn't have a lot of exposure early on. And Hippolyta is one of those characters that FGO could find an excuse to add later. So it's complicated. Like, it's very hard to pin down who the FGO servants are going to be. With Strange Fake, it was actually a lot easier, because I could be like, oh yeah, Iori's getting added, Takeru's getting added. Anything beyond that, probably Ushigozen's being added, because Ushigozen's one of those, this is very much hard to add outside of this context. It's an alternate form of an existing character is really kind of what you want to look at and analyze there. And then there's characters like Pale Rider, who I don't think is ever being added to FGO. It's just too abstract. Pale Rider and then Watcher separate from Sigma, I don't see being added to FGO. Watcher and Sigma, yes. Pale Rider, not so much. Same with Jack Berserker. I don't think Jack Berserker is going to ever be added if he's not added with Flat. Like, you get Flat in there, and Jack Berserker would get added. I don't see a world where Jack Berserker just becomes his own servant in FGO, though. Yeah, I would love Archer Heracles too, but we all know the story about that. Man, Naruto stood aside for Nasu, and then Nasu never delivered. Honestly, there would be a twist, though. It would be kind of funny if we got proper Archer Heracles at the event instead of Alcides. Years later, that would be kind of funny, actually. No, I think Flat would actually be the servant, but Jack Berserker would be represented through Flat, most likely. It's hard, because I don't want to spoil anything past the anime into the more recent novels, but Flat is actually, especially if they don't do this collab this season, a character that could easily be a summonable servant in FGO. Seki just left me alone on screen here.
I did. I had to take a drink before I had to get back down and up again at some point.
Yeah, Archer Heracles would very much be an Avenger Ushi Gozen moment. That's kind of the Archer Heracles' best opportunity to be added right now.
Plus we have, I don't know, we need more servants. More servants in FGO. More servants in FGO.
No, I won't give any pushback on that. Not that I couldn't, but I know better.
More servants in FGO. That's the only option here.
Ooh. Oh yeah, I could pull this out. I've shown this on stream and on Discord a bit, but oh god.
I know the feeling.
Realm commented on it a second ago, but I did.
Oh, that's your handheld thing, right?
Yep, I was talking about it on one of the past times that I was interested in this device.
Yeah, how's it going?
I got it. It's actually really neat. I think so. The Ein Door is interesting. I think it's a lot of like you have to spend a lot of time setting it up. This is not the kind of thing like Steam Deck. You get it out of the box, you can immediately download Steam games, and if they're verified, they'll start working. The Ein Door is a little bit different. The Ein Door, you have to manually install emulators for anything because you're basically, when you get it, it's just an Android tablet. It is basically an Android tablet with a second screen. But Android has so many things that work with them already on it that you can install stuff. And even once you get those emulators installed, though, the actual configuration of the settings is not very optimal. Fire Emblem Fates, in particular, took me forever to get actually working. Because like I put it on and it would just stutter to hell and back. I had to install separate custom drivers for the emulator to make it work. Or 3DS emulation is a lot harder than I think a lot of people know because of the way encryption and unencrypted files work.
I was gonna say I would have assumed it wouldn't be that hard.
No, 3DS emulation is hard. After a certain point, emulation and I know it's the same for Switch emulation too. And it's entirely because of just the way their encryption systems work on their on the ROMs. Even DS, the emulator for DS is not natively built to support dual screen devices like this. All of the dual screen stuff are like separate forks. You have meaning since it's all open source, you have to find someone who made a custom version of that emulator to support the dual screen programs. So it's a lot to set up. But now that it's all set up, which it took me a couple days to get it all set up, it is very satisfying to play things on here. I've played a lot of Fire Emblem Fates. I've started playing Persona 3 Portable on here using a PSP emulator, and that's actually worked great. I got a Steam emulator and I installed Octopath 2 on here, so that was running just fine. DS has actually been up to this point where I'm having the most hiccups, which you wouldn't think, but the hiccups aren't where you would think they'd be either. So I haven't tried. I haven't tried all the Pokemon DS games. I tried Platinum, and Platinum, to my understanding, is the one that has the most problems on emulators. It's just a lot of screen tearing when you're walking around. And then the other DS issue I found. I tried to install Castlevania Order of Ecclesia, and I think Order of Ecclesia has some anti-piracy measures on it that causes it to be unable to save, or it doesn't retain the save file unless it's used on proper hardware. So I haven't figured out how to get around that yet. I did see that there were ways around it. I haven't managed to get that working yet, though. So, but all in all, it's neat. It's definitely right now probably my preferred way to play, to like emulate pretty much any game, because it's such an easy form factor to carry around. Like if I replay Fate Extra with different servants off screen, I'm probably playing it on this because this is just the most natural for me to play it on. So I just had to talk about that at least. I was talking about this in the past 2 times, so I had to talk about it at least once on the tea time here.
Oh yeah, fair. Because you didn't have it the last time we did a tea time.
Yep.
Because it arrived while you were away, didn't it? Or in January sometime?
No. This arrived in... it did arrive in January, but it was after I got back.
Okay, yeah.
I was worried that this thing might get caught in tariffs because it is a Chinese import.
Yeah.
No, I got through just fine. No, didn't have to pay any tariffs on it. So it was factored into the cost, or the manufacturer ate it.
Yeah. I think a lot of places are trying to add in those sort of costs where they can.
You'd think. My brother, though, he ordered Pokemon cards from an international shipper because he wanted to try collecting Japanese Pokemon cards, and he got hit with tariffs pretty bad, actually. Like they delivered to the door and they're like, "Hey, you owe this much in tariffs." Yeah. Yeah.
I guess the only thing that I've bought recently that would have something applied to that is stuff I get off Big Bad Toy Store, like figures and stuff, and they tell you in the description, so this is the price of the item, this is the tariff surcharge, it's already been added, here's your like higher price. And a lot of the stuff I've had coming from Big Bad Toy Store are pre-orders that I ordered before the tariffs, and so what they did is that they can't honor 100% the original price at purchase, but they found like a medium in between, so like they like averaged out the difference. And so like now I think the DX Iskandar Nendroid's like, I think it's something like $98 or $106, and when I ordered it it was like $78, and I think I paid like $86 when it finally came. But then that's specifically if you pre-ordered it before the tariffs. Now you pay the tariffed price.
Tacos, I get it. It's hard to talk about tariffs without getting political. It's almost like tariffs don't work, and it just gets eaten by the consumer more often than not.
Everything wrong with this world circles back to politics. We had a discussion the other day, like totally off camera, like just, talking to each other. And I was just complaining about like depression and anxiety, and somehow that circled back to the fucking American political problem right now.
I don't do it on the channel because I like not not getting into fights with the audience. I do have a lot of opinions on the American on American politics, just by virtue of the fact that I studied politics as in university. There's a lot of a knick-knack holding himself back and biting his tongue on this channel. Have I played Fire Emblem 12 before? That's a New Mystery, right? I have not played New Mystery. I actually have an English patch on a flash card, and I've toyed with it before, but I have not actually played New Mystery beginning to end. I also haven't played Shadow Dragon beginning to end. I own Shadow Dragon. I played like maybe 2/3 of it, or 1 to 2/3 of it. But I never beat Shadow Dragon.
Would you use salted butter or unsalted butter?
Unsalted.
Should have used salted butter.
That's just what I had.
Not fair. I know you're not supposed to in baking because they have you add salt at some part in the baking process. I like to use salted butter because it gives the cookies a little bit more of a salty flavor, and I think that the salty sweet works really well for me.
They didn't specify in the recipe. I think you probably could have gotten away with that. They did have us add. The recipe did ask for salt though, so I did add salt in separately, but not salted butter.
No.
Star Wars Forces and Jedi Knight the Dark Force and Jedi Knight saga for the first time. I tried those games. I couldn't get into them. It's just they're like just pre-modern gaming control sensibilities. Like they're early 3D just before modern 3D gaming control really kicks in, and it's playable. They seem fun. The combat system seems very complex, but man, do I feel like I'm not controlling it the way I'd want to control it. Yeah, it's definitely for like, especially those earlier ones are very old Doom. All right. Well, I'm about tapped out on how many topics I had to go into this stream.
I actually didn't have any topics, so...
Yeah, normally we go into these tea time streams like with topics prepared we can go over. This one was like, because we already had the live recording stuff, this is just mostly, this one was like the first tea time stream. There's a lot of faffing. So we're probably going to call it, I think we're about ready to call it here.
Yeah, I think we are.
Yeah, so we'll see you guys next time. I'll probably see you guys tomorrow. I'll need to hash out times or look at what time I want to start tomorrow, but I'll probably see you back tomorrow. Seki will probably see you back Wednesday, and yeah.
And Friday.
And Friday.
But thanks for joining us and hanging out. Remember, if you message in the Discord about where this VOD is, it's not going to exist. I turned off the VOD. I also turned off DVR, which I'm sure some of you realized partway through the stream.
Yeah.
When you couldn't rewind properly, or at least you shouldn't have been able to. Unless I fucked up. Maybe I fucked up. I don't know. But we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks? I'll see them tomorrow.
I meant for the video purposes getting re-uploaded.
Oh god. This is the problem with recording so far away from the computer. I have to awkwardly waddle over
Also,
the computer.
guys, we have a Discord. Link in the description. You should join it if you're not already in it. Got it.
Nailed it.